Hi, this is the May video chat with fans. This one's gonna be echoey. Sorry about that. Maybe for YouTube I can apply this anti-reverb filter, which has mixed success. I'll see what I think when I look at it. Uh, Also, the lighting. Actually, the lighting's pretty good right now, but part of that's from the sun coming in. As it goes down, we'll see how it goes. I have moved. Everybody's saying seems like I'm blue. Well, I don't know. Well, actually, that might be from daylight. Blue planet. Let's see. The what's this? Yeah. So right now, I'm still. Yeah. In fact, here you can see what. It's just junk everywhere. So I'm still adjusting to getting moved in. It's just been like I was hoping to have gotten more done than I did, but I'm making progress slowly. The I don't want to promise when I'll be out because I honestly thought I'd be close to wrapping it up by now, and I'm not. The next side video is going to be at least it's going to be a long one. It's going to be at least 70 minutes. I try to cut it down shorter, but that is the cut down version, I guess, is the thing. Uh, the what after that? Yeah, yeah. Here's part of the problem. I only have bigger videos planned, so after that will either be sort of my dream software video, which won't be super long, but I am going to get in front of the camera for that one, which takes more time to prepare, and there's other stuff that goes with it. And then there's the Game Dungeon follow-up episode, which I don't know how long that's going to be, but it'll probably be pretty long. I mean, I'm not going to get to everything in the next follow-up. But what? So unfortunately, it's probably going to take a little longer to get to more videos. So I wanted to ask the people watching if you want to. I think I just stabbed myself in the eye there. If you want to suggest other things I could do more quickly, I mean, I don't know if I want to do many more like rapid fire videos right now because that's sort of what the Star Trek and the Black Future '88 were. But I could even do more of these video chats, maybe, or I could do more streaming, or if people wanted me on as a guest on some podcast or something, I could do that if I'm invited. But or you may just want to say, no, Ross, just get back to work making good videos. Like that's what I'm gonna do regardless. So but I could siphon off a little bit of time for other things if you want, and I'll wait. I'm gonna sort of ignore what uh, Twitch wants for that because I figure the views are gonna be more biased towards like live streaming. So I'll take a look at the YouTube comments later and just see if anything emerges that people want to see. But I am working on. Man, I really did poke my eye. I am working on just videos I've been wanting to get done for some of them a couple years, but more seriously in the past few months. That's what I'm trying to finish off. Let's see. So yeah, you can. Other than that, I guess yeah, I'm just gonna keep working and trying to get my place back together, and then with with less echo. So yeah, you're hearing what it sounds like without sound dampening, for the most part. I have a little bit behind in the back there, but yeah, we'll see what people want to see more of. Okay, so I guess I'll get to the questions people submitted. Yeah, okay, let's see. Actually, I should move the chat. Even though I tend to ignore 90% of the chat, not on purpose, I should move it so it's not completely obfuscated while I'm reading this. Okay, so so I'll go through the submitted questions and answer some live ones at the end. Hey Ross, if you could add a new feature to controllers that become an industry standard, what would it be, or alternatively, what would you remove? Uh, I don't know if I'd really be trying to change too much. I mean, I don't really like thumbsticks, I guess, on gamepads, but that's kind of me. A lot of people are fine with that. So, I'm not seeking to change things the majority of people like. Uh, but even then, for the kinds of games that use those, I might be using a mouse anyway. I don't know. I mean, maybe something similar to, I haven't tried them, but I've heard generally good things about like the Valve VR controls you might be able to do a lot with. But I don't, I mean, mice for sure I'd want something different. That's mentioned in my birthday video. Uh, but yeah, I don't have anything too particular. But even for mice, I would just want an additional model of mouse that would kind of fit my hand or how I use it. Because again, I use all my fingers on my mouse, and most mice aren't set up that way. And the ones that are, it's still awkward. So, let's see. Yeah, okay, so next question. But it's okay. Some of these are going to be longer than others, pretty sure. In case society collapses, what skills do you feel you could add to a community or group? Well, I guess the easiest would be I have high endurance and can do manual labor. That's probably helpful for getting into groups, you know. I yeah, in fact, that's kind of what I've been doing lately for because this place we rented didn't come with any furniture, so I've been moving a lot and assembling things. And actually, I'll say this: these past couple of weeks, whenever I go to bed, it's just like whump. And just I go to. Normally, it takes me a little longer to get to sleep, but not lately. It's just like at the end of the day, I'm just exhausted. Um, but yeah, okay. Other skills that I have. I mean, I'm fairly versatile on some things. I mean, I was a Boy Scout, so I'm good with navigation. I mean, I would be totally fine with like going out to get supplies and that sort of thing, or communication. I mean, I used to repair computers, but I don't know how useful that would be in a societal collapse situation. Uh, I haven't done it, but I imagine I could pick it up relatively quickly. Would be hunting, because I mean, just I've gone off in the forest so many times. I mean, I run into animals a lot anyway. So if I was given a basic primer, I could probably do that, or just gathering from what was available in the forest. Though I would need to learn more about like which things are useful. I mean, I occasionally come across, well, maybe no, maybe here, but definitely when I was in Virginia, I would come across wild blueberries, but probably not in a quantity that would help. I'd have to learn more things about nuts and uh, edible mushrooms, just whatever else is. Yeah, I'd have to learn more about that. But thing is, once I knew that, I could adapt quite quickly to going off and gathering food from the forest, that sort of thing. But again, probably farm work would probably be the better use of my time, or everybody's time rather. Let's see, what are some other things? Well, this might have some use. I can do bicycle repair, so depending how hard a collapse you're talking about, bicycles might be quite useful to have, or sending somebody out who can repair it if it breaks halfway to your destination. Let's see. Well, I guess I know it's not really a skill, but personality-wise, I'm not looking for drama, and I take important things seriously. Which that sounds like a so what option, but depending on your group, that actually can be appreciated more than you might think. Although that cuts both ways, because if I think the group is just like we're going to be dead in 6 months the way things are going, I'll leave, and I may or may not give notice. I just one morning I'm gone. So, uh, but you know, I would try to make it work. Well, I don't like doing it, but I can cook. You know, I can follow a recipe and have experience with it. I just generally don't like doing it. Let's see. This is sort of like a resume question here. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what else. Well, I'm rusty at it, but I've done when I was in high school. I learned something about electrical wiring, but I would need a refresher. So if there was some sort of thing you're setting up. No, but yeah, probably the go-to answer is I have high endurance and could do manual labor. So again, that there's a lot. There can be a lot of use for that in groups that are trying to survive. So, okay, so you should keep moving on. Were you ever involved with creative writing in high school, college, or some other creative projects before YouTube and Machinima? I don't think anything real formally. When I was in high school, I actually wrote a movie script that I was trying to film around my town. I had a little bit of success with it, but basically I wasn't able to get actors reliably, and sort of fell apart after that. That's actually what sort of drove me to Machinima later, is that I could make a whole video and not have to have reliable actors. You know, I mean, voice acting that's far less demanding for the actors than to, you know, actually be able to show up at a certain time and then be ready to shoot, that sort of thing. So yeah, no, that's the number one thing that drove me towards Machinima or digital videos, is that, you know, I can keep making this and not have to depend on random people. So, but yeah, I mean, you're always getting assignments in school, but actually one assignment I had, I mean, it usually wasn't creative writing. One assignment I had in college, in psychology class, actually spurred a chain of events that have become sort of the core of what the movie is about. I don't want to give too many hints. I'll just say, like, I'll talk about it after the movie's made. But yeah, that led to that. Unfortunately, I had geez, except for maybe the first week, and I don't think I got anything done in the movie. Sorry, I was too busy with moving. Though I'm glad we moved. But okay. Can we expect another play session with fans anytime soon, or are those off the table right now? Yeah, maybe. The thing that I want, I don't know. I'm trying to decide, like, what it should be a play session of, because again, I hate having to exclude people from that. Really, what I'd like to do would be more of Planet Side, but I think shortly after I made the video, they set it up so that if there's a bunch of people coming in, put it like this, I'd be ready to go right back to Planet Side right now if everybody who wants to join could all be on the same faction and all be on the same continent. If we could do that, then yeah, let's do Planet Side. But I think it's been a while now, so maybe it's changed. They got pretty aggressive with the auto balancing stuff, so that wasn't really in the cards. I mean, maybe we could get some collaborators, but even then, people who aren't sure what's going on, they're going to want to shoot the enemy team. So actually, well, I'm not sure what we would do with it, but I have a reasonably high-level character in Secret World Legends. That's free to play. However, the stuff we do with it, if you're just joining, then like a level 1 character may not be able to really participate in all this stuff. See, that's the problem with so many MMOs, is that, you know, if you just want some people to come on board, then it's kind of a time sink to get up to a level where you can do stuff. I think I did just about everything in that game except the raids. I mean, or the high level raids, like I think there's only one actually, the Manhattan one. So yeah, I'd like to be able to do that with some people. So But I mean, you could run around with low level characters. I'm just trying to think of what we would do inside of it. So yeah, that's the thing with the Secret World is it's kind of is that an endorsement of how combat works in Secret World Legends? No, it's not. I'm not really into MMO combat, and it's still kind of MMO combat. It's just that I played that over a series of months. It's an endorsement of the story, the atmosphere, and the writing, music. Basically everything that's not the gameplay I endorse about the Secret World. So, audio crackling very bad. Uh-oh. Okay, how's that for... Oh, wow, it went solid white on me. I don't know why it did that. Why did the... Why am I... Maybe I'll leave it like that. Okay, no crackling now. All right, so here's what I think happened. I always meant to throw away a cable that died. And however, we didn't really know how to dispose of the electronic waste, so it just sat around forever. And I think it got mixed in with the good cables when we moved, so... Sorry about that. Let's see. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. Just tripping for a second. And now it's washed in white, although I seem to be about the same, so that works. Yeah, it looks like a psychiatric ward. Okay, maybe I'll edit that out. So where did it start crackling? I was talking about the Secret World. I may edit that out for YouTube. Let's see. Okay, well, so yeah, I endorse I still don't really care for the gameplay of Secret World. But I like everything else about it. But that's not really a knock. Well, no, it sort of is a knock against the game because, well, that'll come out in the follow-up episode, but it's like having this like in-depth story and all these cutscenes and stuff you're supposed to read. Well, that's not as conducive for MMO gameplay where people are just getting together like, all right, let's go. Whereas if you want to just absorb all that, you don't want to wait on your party member who wants to watch all the cutscenes and read through the text and everything. Whereas for a single player game, that's perfect. But for the single player, I really hate the MMO style combat. So I don't know. I mean, it's not the worst ever, but I don't like it. And Secret World Legends, it just felt like a side grade to me. So, but again, I'm not a big. You shouldn't judge my opinion of MMO. I'm not a big MMO player, so or that style of it with the combat. So you shouldn't take my opinion on what's good or bad from that. However, I think it does sort of fail as an MMO in the sense that it didn't seem like there was that much to do in the end game, and it feels like more of a single player experience outside of the combat. So it seems like that. It seems like that's a shortcoming for people looking for like a rich MMO experience, but yeah. I mean, we can figure it out something, but yeah. So maybe it'll be a stream. Maybe it'll be another game session with people. So I'm saying, why not Plant Side 2? Well, I think that got covered before the audio started crackling. So. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, and depending on how awkwardly this edit turns out, the audio started crackling, so I had to just sort of stop everything for people on YouTube, if you're wondering what happened. Okay. Oh yeah, here's the second part of the question. Have you kept tabs on Half-Life Alyx from the standpoint of someone invested in VR? I've been curious about how well the game has done in terms of advancing VR and would like to hear your thoughts about whether it's made a significant impact or not. I haven't been paying attention to it. I'll play it eventually, but I'm not even set up for that because I'd have to be on Windows 10, I think, in order to play that. Unless it was I think Pimax might be the only headset left standing that doesn't require Windows 10, but no, I'm not sure. Let's see. What was I gonna say? We'll have to see. You know, I suspect Half-Life Alyx might be sort of a flash in the pan situation where, you know, of course everybody wants to try it out because it's a Half-Life game and it's a VR game given the AAA treatment, but I'm not sure how much of an ecosystem there is for people wanting to get into other VR stuff because, again, it's still a niche market, so that you're going to have like a lot of mini games or else a lot of sort of, I'm talking about like polished games but small and short because the budget just isn't there for most developers to well, did I lose the chat? No, I didn't. Okay. To go with it, but we'll see. Maybe it'll change some people's minds on it. I mean, I still want to get deep into VR, but I'm just thinking of like the wider spectrum of it. But again, future video is gonna go into more detail, not on Half-Life Alyx specifically, but on like VR with it. I'll give a bit of an update. Okay, somebody's saying the Vive works fine on Windows 7. Okay. But I think all the newer sets don't, like the next generation Vive one there. But again, for me, the killer app for VR, for me personally, is VorpX. Because it's not as immersive as regular VR. However, that brings over hundreds of existing games into stereoscopic VR. So, I mean, it's like what I talk about in the VR video, that, you know, just having sort of like a 3D theater kind of experience. So, I mean, and that barely gets mentioned. Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed at the coverage of VR because you would think if you look at normal tech media, you'd think there's only 3 people making VR sets. You know, HTC Vive, Oculus Rift, and Valve Index. Whereas there's a lot more than that. You know, again, Pimax has a pretty big spectrum. There's the HP Reverb, which is the highest resolution I think of almost any set. There's somebody's saying VorpX is so sketchy. It doesn't strike me as that sketchy, but I mean it depends on the game, I guess. But for the stuff for VorpX, for the stuff that it's recommended, look, I just ran around with it for a minute or two. Metro 2033 was like a champ under VorpX, and I imagine it's probably similar for a lot of others. But yeah, I get annoyed. That's a pet peeve of mine, is tech media that'll just cover lots of different things, or just not that they're not necessarily covering them, but they'll talk as though these others don't exist. And I'm pretty sure in a lot of cases there's a lot of ignorant editors, because once you start saying stuff like, oh, like the Valve Index has the largest field of view, or this headset or something from what the Vive Cosmos has the largest resolution, well then you're showing you're just ignorant, because that's not true. And so I don't know. Yeah, no, for me the killer app for VR is VorpX. But that doesn't mean something better can't come along, because I just want to get as many games as possible into it. Yeah, well, someone's mentioning Star VR and Fove. I mean, those aren't normal consumer level, I don't think, yet. I actually hadn't heard of Ant VR, but no, I'm just talking about stuff you can buy right now. Well, actually, oh yeah, shoot. As a very late Christmas present, I have another VR headset now. Although I can't hook it up yet because I'm not on Windows 10 yet, which is coming. Uh, as a present, I got the Samsung Odyssey Plus. So that has the same resolution as the Valve Index, though I think the picture isn't as sharp. Not quite as large field of view, although I think it has better color than it has IPS panels. So, but yeah, that one won't even run on Windows 7. So yeah, that one is easily, based on all my research, that's your best bang for the buck. Because I think like when it was on sale, it got under $200 or something like that. So yeah, but I would say it's the best sit and wait option, you know, because again, there's better stuff for resolution, better stuff for field of view, better. Well, actually, this one might be the best for lack of screen door effect, actually, from what I've read. So, yeah, somebody's saying the controllers can be iffy. I'm sure they are. I'm not. Yeah. If you're looking at like what's the best VR, it's like you have to pick a category because nobody has it for what. You know, but yeah, this is the best sit and wait option where, you know, if you want to go cheap but not crazy cheap, I think like, well, actually, I think like the cheapest might be something like the Lenovo one or the one of the Acer. I can't remember if Dell made one or not. Acer for sure did one. Lenovo did, but those are probably just the dirt cheapest ones, especially if you get them on sale. I haven't tried any. I tested up on a secondary system. All I tested was to make sure it worked. So I saw the lobby and that's it. I haven't even tried the controllers. Yeah, see somebody's saying they spent $800 on a Vive. Exactly, you know. Well, they don't regret it. Yeah, it was a lot of money. Well, I might have regretted it because, again, it's like buying VR right now is like buying a video card in the late 90s or early 2000s where you know better stuff's coming. But, you know, if you're just going to pull the trigger and something. So yeah, I think this one might have the second or the third largest field of view next to the Valve Index and any of the Pimax ones. So, okay, I should get off VR for everybody who's bored by VR. Okay, in some scenes from Ross's Game Dungeon, you seem knowledgeable about philosophy and humanistic sciences in general. Did you learn them in high school or in other courses? Did you read books about philosophy? I've sort of just come across them in other and doing other things, I think. But definitely in college, I did have one philosophy course as an elective because it sounded interesting. And yeah, that's actually where. So I learned more during that. Yeah. Actually, there's like a social thing. I remember I went to, like, there was a philosophy club I went to a couple times where they would talk about different concepts. I don't know. It was just sort of interesting, but I don't have an in-depth background on it. So, but yeah, it can be interesting to look at different ways of approaching the world and reality and human existence, that sort of thing. What's the best deal on a game you've ever gotten, excluding free games? Geez. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, okay, one I can think of, well, it's not maybe the best, it's definitely the best deal if you hadn't played them, but I already had Serious Sam, the first encounter and second encounter. I think at one point Steam was having a sale where it was like every Serious Sam game for like $7.50, or it was between $6 and $8, something around that. It was every Serious Sam game, and I didn't have Serious Sam 3. I didn't have the HD remakes, so that was pretty good. I was laughing because, you know, over Black Friday I bought dozens of games, and the average came out to around $2.59. Well, yeah, I mean, just recently I bought Alien Isolation, was it 95% off for $2? So, well, I also picked up the 2010 Aliens versus Predator. I haven't played either of those. And that one I think was like 250 or something around there. So, I mean, geez, it's just, it's never been cheaper. I mean, this is, Russ already knows that this pandemic will never end. No, it'll probably end, but the after effects won't. the, that's this is going to be a gift that keeps on giving. Although regarding the pandemic, it's unclear, but I've heard conflicting reports because the World Health Organization said one thing and the New York Times said another. It sounds like it's not clear. One thing I did not know, and if this is true, apparently if you're infected with the virus, you come down with it, but then you recover. It is unclear. Apparently, the World Health Organization says there is no evidence to suggest otherwise, that you can't get reinfected. Because, yeah, you produce antibodies and, get rid of it, but apparently the antibodies may only last so long. So that means later you could get reinfected with the same virus. And if that's true, oh man, it is, this, until we get a vaccine, this is going to take a long time to get through, because then there's no such thing, at least collectively, for immunity. I mean, yeah, some people might be immune to it. Well, I think even right now you can be a carrier, but it's not good. This is so, but yeah, just the fact that you can get reinfected means like, oh man, that just try not to get it. So, but that means until you have a vaccine, this could be going on a long time. Okay, so yeah, but let's see. But yeah, I definitely don't take, aside from real obvious common sense stuff, don't take any of my advice or information regarding medical things in general. Again, if it's real obvious common sense stuff, sure, listen to me. But anything more like how the virus propagates, yeah, no, follow medical experts. Just thought I should give a disclaimer there, because I've just looked at that news sort of passingly. My basic approach is just to not get too close to people and just wash my hands when I come back. And then if brought in things from the outside, just kind of let them sit down for a while or wipe them down, that sort of thing. So, whoops, what's the... Okay. Yeah, so the best deal, yeah, I don't know. That Serious Sam bundle is pretty good. Although I had something similar where I bought a big Sonic the Hedgehog pack, but I had played several of the games already. There was one, a Humble Bundle, that had several, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's more just kind of individual deals that sometimes they just flash down to crazy level. Yeah, they had, yeah, I remember it was like Grey Goo got down to the price of $1, and that's a pretty decent game. I mean, it's RTS, so that's not for everybody, but it's certainly well produced. I'm trying to think of other ones that have just crashed so low. I mean, there's definitely been ones I've gotten under $1, but I'm trying to remember which ones. See, that's what I tend to do, is I tend to wait either for ridiculous sales or else just kind of wait until major ones. Like, again, Black Friday is when I just got dozens. And I just sort of stockpile when they all get really cheap. Is my general approach to it, but... Have you ever been in a situation where you were accounted for or criticized for something you deeply thought was normal? That's sort of an odd question. I guess if you find out you're the odd man out, probably, but that's happened enough. Maybe I don't really remember it. Let's see. Oh yeah, somebody's saying you can get Titanfall 2 for $3 now. Or Burnout Remastered for $3. Yeah, although I already have Burnout Paradise, so It'd have to depend on what are they adding. If they could get rid of the tint filter, then yeah, that'd be worth it for me. That's my only criticism about that game is the tint filter on Burnout Paradise. Let's see. Deeply criticized for things I thought were normal. I mean, I don't know. It's sort of the thing where I can be just reminded that, the way I'm thinking doesn't apply to all situations. And then it's just a reminder, so I just kind of adjust my thinking to what's normal for that. And unless it's something I think that people are delusional. In which case, yeah, like I mentioned in Veil of Darkness, that, when I said it, if I was Chuck there, I might have just played it cool about the returning the hammer full of blood, and it's just because I realized this could get dangerous if I just start accusing everybody of being nuts, And then, yeah, you can see the sun waxing and waning here, and this is with the blinds drawn. So, I was worried the lighting wasn't going to work out well, but it seems like it's going okay. Yeah, parsley is the devil's vegetable. Yeah. I'm sure that's happened, but I can't think of obvious examples of it. I mean, if I'm wrong, I like to find out about something. But, let's see. I don't know. I'm just, I'm trying to think of examples. I'm just drawing a blank, sorry. Are there any games you've covered on Game Dungeon that you wouldn't mind seeing a remake of? Is there anything you would want to improve in that remake? And yeah, I checked all the fans know better than I do. Yeah, Quarantine would probably be my first pick, but then there were some other good ones. Realms of the Haunting, yeah, that would be a good one for a remake, or just sort of reimagining of, that kind of flesh out, make it a little more coherent, better controls, that sort of thing. Yeah, I kind of like that mansion in Realms of the Haunting. Like, I wouldn't mind kind of exploring it more, because it was a little maze-like, except not. So it was kind of in between there. Yeah, then somebody else. Yeah, half a liter on Reddit here had some good suggestions. Graphic adventure game featuring Joey from Arcade America. Oh, hell yeah! But so yeah, there'll be sort of a reimagining of it, or a spin-off game. There'll be a lot more for spin-offs, but yeah, for remake, probably Quarantine would be top of the list, because Quarantine, it's not really. You could have more of a story, but there's plenty to explore in the city. So seeing that fleshed out more with modern graphics would be pretty cool. Let's see. And the chat's asking if I've seen the Assassin's Creed Valhalla trailer. No, I haven't. I'm sort of... yeah, I think I mentioned in the games list video, I'm sort of... burned out a little bit on ninja stuff. I'm not. It's similar for Viking stuff, so I'm far more interested in some of the other Assassin's Creed games. Like, I picked up was Assassin's Creed Syndicate for free a couple weeks ago. It was free on Epic Store, but if you activated it, then it also became part of your account on Uplay. So you don't have to launch Epic. You had to launch the Epic launcher to claim it, but then after that, it was... actually, there's some free games on Uplay right now. It's Assassin's Creed 2, Rayman Legends, Child of Light. And I don't think I was going to play that one, but... Yeah, someone's mentioning Cloudpunk. I think Cloudpunk was on the... See, I think Here, let me check. I think that was on the games list just when I released it. So this is why I make the games list, because people ask, have you heard of this? Well, let's see. Is it on the games list on the website? It is? Then I've definitely heard of it. Let's see. Yep, it's on the list. So that was added in September. Cloudpunk is when I added that to the list. So So I guess it's out now. So I guess the status should be updated. But yeah, it's marked as not out on the website. So yeah, check the list. I'm aware of a lot of things coming out. Not everything, but or at least I was aware of this game's existence at some point in the past. That's why it's on the list. So. Oh yeah, actually, speaking of games, okay, here's a quiz. I'll probably get 50 answers for it. Okay, when I did the top 25 games list, you know, I was looking through several, and there was one, I can't remember what it was. I don't remember if I added it to the runner-ups or not, but maybe based on the description, somebody can identify the game. Because I think the plot premise was like humanity's wiped out. It's sort of like ruins of a city, but these robots are still operating. And I think it was either like a puzzle or a 3D graphic adventure game. And you go through and you're just sort of going through your routine as the robot. And I think it took place outside, like in the ruined city. And okay, somebody's saying reset. The uncertain quiet last day. No, I don't think so. No, it's not a 2D game, but it's definitely 3D. Somebody's mentioning scenario. I'm not sure if this game ever even came out, but it was certainly announced, and that was one that sort of caught my attention. And I think it was two robots, and actually, I think it might have been like slightly humorous. So sort of a dynamic like in Portal 2 with the co-op, but it obviously wasn't Portal 2. So anyway, the people can try and figure out what that is. No, it's not Sir, You Were Being Hunted, which I finally got to play. It's not Primordia, that's a 2D game. I don't think it's The Uncertain Last Quiet Day, but maybe it could. Okay, somebody's saying definitely The Uncertain Last Quiet Day. Okay, well, so if humanity's just gone, and these are just robots kind of running through their routine on the outside. And again, it was a adventure or puzzle game, so. Yeah, see, this is how the chat works. Somebody's saying definitely that game, and then right below that, they're saying, from what else you've mentioned about it, it doesn't sound like The Uncertain. So it's not Wall-E. It could have obviously been inspired by Wall-E, but okay. So somebody's saying reset. Here, I'm curious now. I'm just gonna check if reset is the game. See, it just got lost. It might have gotten lost in the. It might be on that runner-up list on that video. It might not. I don't remember. Okay, I can't even. Well, here, is it on my games list? Okay, let me check my games list. Maybe it's right here. Reset. Okay, reset is on. Yeah, that might be it. Wow. Okay, well, I don't know if it's it, but just a quick visual check. It looks like reset might be what I was thinking of. Okay, great. Mystery solved. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I agree. With the comment saying Wall-E was an allegory for PC and Eve was for Mac. Yeah, obviously. I mean, with the aesthetics. So I'm saying the Fall kind of fits that bill too. Well, I think the Fall is like 2D or 2D side scroll. This was like full 3D, or 2.5D for the Fall. But no, this was a full 3D game. It's probably reset. It's saying, yep, it never came out. Okay, cool. So maybe it'll come out eventually. Okay, so back to the chat here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. First things first, how are things in the new apartment? Does resolving the move help take any weight off your mind? Definitely. Things in the new apartment, it's interesting. Okay, well, until yesterday, which there are developments, which maybe people have some advice on too. Until yesterday, here was my evaluation. It is the quirkiest apartment I've ever lived in. Yeah, at first I was worried because I was trying to figure out like what's wrong with this place that like this is affordable for me because I have more space here, which is great, and it's in a good location. I have access to forest from here, which is something I've been wanting for a long time. But at the same time, like every small thing is cheap. Like the doors are kind of cheap. They'd stick a little, like the railing for like the steps, it's cheap. The electrical sockets, they're cheap. Just like there's like a crack in one of the toilets. So every like small thing is cheap. Yeah, there's no furniture, so we had to get more of that. Still putting that together. Man, I'm pretty sure at this point I've spent at least 24, maybe 48 straight hours. I mean, total. I didn't do it all at once of just assembling furniture. Like so. But as we got multiple closets, dressers. Yeah, there's one in the back there, though you don't really see it. Let's see, what was the... Oh yeah, we have one of the sinks, the hot and cold is reversed. And then recently that came loose. So I'm gonna, however, I figured out how to tighten it. So I need to do that soon. I had a crescent wrench, but it didn't fit underneath there. So I ended up ordering a wrench set so that it'll fit in there to screw it back on. Yeah, what are some, oh yeah. Our front doorstep has just, it seems like at all times, I don't know why, maybe it's air currents or just we're on the top floor, so maybe the building sways slightly. It has like a loud vibrating sound. And at first I was worried about that because I was thinking, oh man, is this coming from the neighbors or just part of the building ventilation or something? This is always gonna be going on. And then I opened the door and it immediately stopped. I was thinking, okay, good. Now, whatever this is, we can deal with it. And I pressed like different parts on the inside of the door and nothing made a difference. And then I went outside and then that's how I discovered that our front doorstep vibrates. So far, what we've done, if we put weight on it, it stops mostly. So we just took some empty water jugs and they're just balanced on our front doorstep at the moment. Geez, what are some other things? There's more. I know there's more things that are off. I'm just trying to remember. Oh yeah, there's like a whole. Well, this one's kind of a little more major, but we're gonna get this repaired. Yeah, there's like a hole in in one of the bathrooms, just in the wall that we've kind of sealed it off, but I think it needs to be handled. No, there's more quirky stuff about this. Yeah, the intercom's kind of staticky when you pick up the signal. Well, okay, well this one's probably to be expected on buildings on the top floor. Sometimes the water just, like you turn it on, just blast out, or they just kind of get sucked back in and then blast out again. Let's see, what are some other things that are quirky about this? Oh yeah, the window blinds that came with it. They've seen a lot of use, so that like most of them, it's like I always have to fight with it to get it to pull up correctly at the right angle. But even then, it won't pull up on its own. What I figured out is if I hold the bottom of it so that there's less weight on the blinds, I guess the spring's gotten really weak, then it'll finally roll up and then I can let it go, usually. So it's always a guessing game whether I'm going to be able to get the blinds up or get them to lock once they're down, that sort of thing. Yeah, well, actually, this is a good thing for me. Right now, I just have a cable running out of my door down some steps to connect to the internet, but turns out the people before us, they drilled a hole in the wall where I am to run a cable. I mean coaxial cable. Well, I can't really use that for the internet to have us both hooked up. Wife and me, the coaxial cable, because then I have to run something back out again. But I would have bought just a regular cable, but the hole was too tight for it. So I'm actually going to wire up my own Ethernet cable that's weatherproof, which means it comes in this gel. And because the cable goes into the bedroom and then it goes through this hole drilled in the window outside, goes outside, comes down on the balcony, then goes back in another window, and then that'll connect to where the router is. So no, not fiber optics. It's I bought Cat 6. Maybe I should have got Cat 5e. Cat. I learned crimping a Cat 6 cable is a bigger pain than a Cat 5e cable. So actually, what I ended up doing instead is getting one of the jacks for it, because that's a lot easier to set up correctly. So I'm gonna do a jack, then run just a regular Ethernet cable from that to the computer and that to the router. So we'll see how it goes. But I had to create it because if I just bought the cable, then the little connector wouldn't fit through the hole. So I'm running my own and making the connection there. We'll find out if it works. Right now, it's still just running out the door, so I don't want to shut my door all the way, or I'll just squeeze it in. But eventually, that's going to be a trip hazard. Whereas this way, it'll work. It should work better. So, but yeah, I wanted to get it weatherproof because it's going outside. So in the winter, I don't want to to be a blizzard going, and then I've lost internet because the wires inside have frozen and cracked because of the motion. So yeah, that's sort of a pain though, because it means it's filled with this gel when you cut. So you have to like wipe it off everything. But yeah, oh man, there's more quirks. I'm trying to remember. Like I know there's, yeah, like all the little, like you can have like some, I guess what's called trim for walls. Those can be coming loose. Oh yeah, there's like this metal, I think it's mostly decorative, this metal beam that separates like the kitchen from the living room, and like 5 out of 6 of the screws from it are missing, but apparently it still seems solid. Like, oh yeah, originally when I came here, I thought, oh, maybe we should take photos of the walls and everything just in case there's some damage. We can show it's not our fault. And then I realized that that was pointless, because just about every wall in the apartment has like scratches or dents or a pinhole or something. So it's definitely a lived-in apartment. But the core, oh yeah, also the walls are kind of cheap. Like the outside, that's solid concrete, but like every other wall, you can tell it's just drywall and sort of hollow, like every single one. So yeah, and as of but I've been very optimistic about this place because these are all like small things I can figure out or not a problem. And man, if I can get a break on the price because of stuff like that, as opposed to just crippling problems, then mission accomplished. That said, yesterday I have another problem I need to figure out because it got rainy, it got really humid. I think it got almost to 100% humidity. And I had the windows kind of open, but it got pretty strong musty smell. However, even that is better than the last 2 apartments I've been in. So at its worst, it's still not as bad, but it just kept bothering me. So, but maybe if it's kind of counterintuitive, maybe I should kind of close the windows more for that and run a dehumidifier. However, I think what the problem is, and maybe people have advice on this. Yeah, this is a computer question, actually. If you're into computer modding, maybe you'll have some brainstorming here. I think what happens is when it gets humid in here, it's a little musty, but not that bad. But because I have a fan running out the back of my computer, for the heat, that kind of kicks it up a little bit more, and then that's what bothers me. So I guess the question is, if you're gonna mod a system, how would you mod a computer so that you still dissipate the heat, but the airflow coming from it's pretty low, or it's contained somehow, or so that's you can email me if you have ideas on that. rosswscott@gmail.com. So that definitely got to me. However, this place gets a ton of sun though, so hopefully it should dry out the humidity pretty quickly. But well, see, somebody's saying water cooling. However, see, liquid cooling, they still use fans. You have the pumps that go through it, and then that runs to your radiator, and your radiator uses fans. So I mean, you'd have to get exotic, But yeah, feel free. Hey, if you're into case modding, take that as a brainstorming thing. I can, like, if that's all it is, I'll buy a new case and I'll do it because that would be worth it for me. But yeah, well, okay, liquid nitrogen. That's I get, yeah, yes, technically correct, but I'd like something a little less. Yeah, there's a submerged PC, but I don't want to go quite that radical. But passive cooling, maybe. I don't know if I trust passive cooling, but let's see. And maybe the heat from the computer is adding to the humidity. It seems like, oh yeah, I guess that would warm the air. Yeah, somebody's saying cut a pipe to your PC's exhaust fan to your apartment's window. I was actually thinking about that, maybe getting like getting a special case so that's like all funnel, all the exhaust goes in like, get it like one of those tubes like they use in laundromats, but then I have to modify the window. That might be a little bit too big of a tube for that. Plus, I want to make sure it's like well filtered so that like, you know, bugs don't go crawling in it or something, or humidity. Yeah, warmer air does absorb more humidity. Well, anyway, if yeah, feel free to brainstorm on that. Even so, that definitely bothered me a lot last night, though. I went and just cleaned out my case today and just blasted everything. Blasted everything with sun today. I also put some cloth behind it, like against the back wall, because I thought, oh, maybe they'll kind of absorb some of the impact of the air. So it's better today, but it's not as humid as it was either. So I don't know. I still have to figure that out, but I don't want to move. I don't want to move again. There's so much I like about this place. So I feel like it sort of reflects my personality a little bit too. Like the core's good, but even though it has all these small problems. Yeah, it's kind of like having a car with like a good engine, like, you know, solid engine can go a long time, but you know, the windshield has a crack in it, one of the tail lights out, the body's just beat up to hell, like one of the seats has an exposed spring, you know, the windows don't roll down quite properly. This is what that apartment's like. So for me, again, if that means I can get a bit of a break on the price, then just that's I feel like I got incredibly lucky with this place. So okay, so yeah, I should keep moving on. But yeah, and then doing this during the pandemic was a challenge too. Yeah, actually, when we moved, you know, we like the workers and what we're supposed to too. The workers had to wear, well, the people helping us move. You know, we did all the packing, moving everything. They basically loaded the stuff onto the truck. But, you know, they had to wear gloves and masks too. So basically, yeah, right now, if you go out, you have to wear a mask. And unless you're in the forest, then it's not required. I'm not sure if you're supposed to wear gloves or not. I'm not sure if that's required or not too. I have been. But for the move, we wore like these latex gloves or something, and it didn't bother me too much. But afterwards, I had such an incredibly bad allergic reaction on my hands. Like it just turned red, and it looked like they were bruised. All the hell, got incredibly wrinkled. Like there are probably people in their 80s who had less wrinkles on their hands than I did. It seems to have worn down some now. Like it's nowhere near as bad as it was. But yeah, so it didn't hurt that much. It just itched for a while. But man, it looked awful. It looked like I had like a radiation burn or something. So someone's asking if I have a latex allergy. Maybe I do. I don't know. And the thing is, it lasted for days afterwards. It's like depending on what I ate, it would like flare back up. So I'm still trying to figure that out. Let's see. Oh, somebody's asking about. There's somebody saying the higher resolution of Firefox started acting slower. Pages scrolling not as smooth as before. Is that a problem with the CPU or Firefox? Well, here, try Chrome or Opera or something. If the same thing happens, then you can blame it on Firefox. If not, then it may not even be the CPU. Actually, try experimenting with hardware acceleration on and off too. Yeah, somebody's mentioned that. It's probably, I mean, unless, it may not even be the CPU necessarily. It could just, it could be weird driver weirdness too. Because I remember I had a big problem with Firefox a while back that was related to drivers. Okay, so I guess I'll keep moving on. Let's see. Okay, I lost my place. Hold on. Oh yeah, okay, this one might get a longer answer. Okay. Has the response to COVID changed your opinion on any government policy? It's this is one of those questions where I think I mentioned in, I think it was Dead Game News. I forget which one, where I said I feel like I can't talk about one thing without talking about other stuff because it's, I still don't know what the word for that was. A few people, I got a couple different suggestions in German what the word was for that. I don't remember which one. But, okay, I'll try and go through it quickly. I feel like, yeah, okay, I mentioned earlier how I think eventually we'll get the pandemic under control, but the after effects, that's probably just going to go on forever, rest of our lives. So the thing is, we've had pandemics before and have gotten through them. However, the world hasn't been quite managed the way it is right now. Somebody sent me a great comic that it was set up like it's like a thought experiment puzzle where, you know, a train is going towards these people who are on the tracks, and the question was, you have the ability to stop the train and stop it from running. Yeah, but there were people on the tracks, but then there were protesters standing on top of them with protest signs, and they're saying, you have the power to stop the train from running over these people and save their lives. However, if you do this, the protesters may attack you for that. What do you do? It's like, okay, yeah, I should have prepared my thoughts more, but I was too busy. I feel like the short version is we can solve the pandemic. But that's going to create other problems, like with our economy. And if we solve those in the short term, well, that's going to create other problems. So it's like a chain reaction of problems that this is exposing, and I feel like we haven't seen them all yet. Yeah, maybe I'll have a link to that trolley picture if I can find it later in YouTube. So I think what this is, okay, the reason. Okay, so there's two big immediate problems right now. One is just the pandemic. We don't want people to get sick with it or lose lives from it. So yeah, that's obviously, and the best thing you can do for that is just quarantine the hell out of everything, or just, well, again, don't even take my advice. Whatever medical professionals say is the best course of action. This is not the first pandemic by any means. This is not the worst by any means, although you kind of have to go far back in history before you get worse, or for this widespread, I guess. So we can handle that. However, the second big problem that's affecting people is, what if, fine, I'll stay at home, but I need to be able to buy groceries, pay rent, and what if I can't do my job at home? You know, or what if my job's gone? You know, it got laid off because businesses are shut down. Well, that's a major problem. And see, that part is because of how we have society structured. So it's like all the solutions to that. Yeah, I think I said in the last chat, I think there's no non-radical solutions to that. Because all the solutions are kind of around the framework of like, well, okay, this is just like a temporary thing and we'll get back to normal. Board, I think it's exposing a larger problem. See, everybody needs, food, shelter, basic things to survive. The way vast majority of us get those is by either working or being dependent on somebody else who does work. So they get a salary. So again, like back in my earlier videos, well, what do you do if there are more people who need a salary than there are profitable jobs available? And that's what we're really kind of seeing come to a head here is we don't have, I say our current government response doesn't have an easy answer for that. I mean, some are floating out like basic income, which I think might be, if you want to minimize loss of life, that might be like the best like immediate option. I think in the long term that you need even more tweaks, but if just like, okay, we want everyone to be okay as soon as possible, that's probably the best short-term option for that. And then just keep quarantining people. But okay, let's say, but then that's going to run into other economic problems later, I think. But okay, but here, let's say, let's say we have a miracle scenario that the virus just dissipates and it's basically gone in like a couple months. I think, let's say they find a vaccine like today and it's distributed as fast as possible. So this is all just gone in a few months. Well, actually, a vaccine would probably be even better than... This is like a fantasy scenario, but fine. Then we'd still have a problem because, okay, let's say it's safe to go back out again. Well, there's two things right now. This wouldn't work in the vaccine scenario. But one, let's say we're through the worst of it, but... I think places are opening up right now. Well, people aren't running, well, a few are, but a lot of people aren't running out to go do things like, yeah, hey, let's go to a concert. You know what? That's gonna cut down on those numbers significantly. Or what about people who were working in restaurants and you know what? The restaurant went under because people weren't coming in and that restaurant no longer exists. So they don't have a job now. And even for places that can sort of weather the storm, there's going to be ones that they're going to be slow to get back up and going. Like maybe you're in manufacturing or something. Well, but all your shipments were kind of disrupted from this. So, or people, or part of your supply chain, they went out of business. So yeah, we can get it back up eventually, but that's gonna take time. Like a new business might have to get started. So it's like there's gonna be a lag time for the businesses that are going to get going again. So it's just gonna be I think for sure we're entering like second Great Depression or whatever we want to call this. And so but it's going to be a problem. Now, you can try to address that with a lot of government policies. Again, like let's see, like guaranteed jobs or basic income. However, I'm not even going to pretend to understand how that's going to play out in the economy. However, we can look at a larger trend, though, and that the reason this is all just falling apart is not because we had a virus that's, again, we've had pandemics before. It's because basically a side effect from the virus is in order to be safe, we basically had to a lot of people had to stop working. And that's like the end of the world for our system. So let's say even things started getting back to normal. I think we're going to have this sort of situation again and again. It's just going to be different things triggering it. I don't see this all caused by the virus. I see the virus as like a trigger to what happened, to what was already being set up. I'm sure I've alluded to that in past chats or maybe some of the videos. Because when it comes down to it, our economic system is dependent on endless growth. We have to keep growing and growing. Well, okay, like let's say the virus is wiped out and we somehow get back to normal, which I don't think that's, if I was going to bet, I'd say that's never going to happen again. I'd say the new normal is probably never going to be what it resembles like in my lifetime. Or if it does happen, we're talking a couple years max, and then we have another crisis similar to this, like another sort of Great Depression, because again, endless growth is impossible for a lot of things, most things. And that also means kind of like endless resource usage. Because one of the things, like, I think our just government, society, civilization at this point in time really doesn't grapple with is that we don't have unlimited resources in just about anything. Like even renewable resources, that's not the same as unlimited. Because take something like corn. Like we can grow corn pretty much forever, you know. Not an obvious cap on that. However, we can only grow so much corn at any one given time. So if we act like that's infinite, then we eventually run into problems because, again, population, well, I haven't checked lately, but population growth is still going up. Resource use is, well, actually, we might have had a lull actually in resource usage, but prior to the virus, it was still going up. Depletion of natural resources still going up. So this is all just a problem. This is just another bomb waiting to happen. That even if we solve all these problems in the immediate future, I mean, then we're still going to have similar situations like this from different triggers later. Yeah, so basically we have to kind of, like, the best government response, which again is probably a fantasy scenario, because again, this isn't even on this. Yeah, like when people are asking my politics, yeah, here's a real easy way to think of my politics. Pretend you've been shipwrecked on a small island with like 100 other people. You don't know when help's coming. You have enough to survive if you're smart about it, but pretend you've shipwrecked with 100 other people. Okay, how do you organize things so that you survive? Or everybody survives. Those are my politics. There's a lot of different ways you can get to that. Like, hey, maybe one guy is the leader and he's a great leader and we plan things out and we're good with, you know, okay, this person tends to do fishing. Or hey, maybe we have just sort of a council of people who want to be managing things. Sure, or maybe everybody pitches in like once a week or once a month at a meeting and decides how we should handle things. Great, so there's multiple paths to surviving. However, like some don't work because like, okay, I guess this gets politically charged, but my understanding of capitalism, let's put it like that, I think doesn't work because capitalism kind of depends on that endless growth. We need to always be maximizing profit. So let's say like we decide on the deserted island, we're gonna make like fish bones the currency, like a fish skull or something. Okay, well then one person gets the great idea, why don't we fish as much as we possibly can? And then I can buy like lumber that Bob's cutting down and that Jim's building houses out of. And then I can have a mansion. And then we just keep fishing and fishing and fishing, like to the point like there was plenty of fish like surrounding us where we were. But then a few months after doing this, because somebody wants to get rich, okay, now there's no more fish in the areas immediately surrounding the island. So hey, you know what? We're gonna build some rafts, head farther out. Guess what? There's more fish again. And that will buy us a lot of time. And because we can branch out in every direction. But then we can branch out more and more, but then it becomes, we're sort of hitting the limits of like how far out we can go in the ocean and still make it back and have resources. So it's just like, meanwhile, we are just devastating like the fish and then we might be running out of food. So my understanding of capitalism doesn't allow for long-term, I guess, sustainability. I don't know. But again, feel free to correct me, but that's where I'm coming from on this. You know, address how it works if you're going to correct me on that. See, the thing is, for the vast majority of human history, we haven't really had to worry about this because there's been bountiful resources. See, that's the thing. The difference between plentiful resources and infinite resources is indistinguishable in the short to medium term. It's like the same thing. It's like, oh, there's always plenty of lumber. Oh, there's always plenty of fish, plenty of animals, plenty of crops, because that operates the same. But we've structured, I think, our entire society on what? Basically as though they're infinite, and they're not infinite. And this applies to just even, again, things that are renewable, like let's say metal, like aluminum cans. Like, okay, well, aluminum, we can melt that down and reuse it. That's a reusable thing. However, that's still not unlimited because that takes energy to kind of melt that down. And then we have to figure out how we're producing the energy. And then even if for things like solar or wind, well, that takes other materials to generate that energy. And then those only last so long. So again, it's like, even if we solve this, like in the immediate term, I think, try to contain the virus, keep people as safe as possible, and then just figure out whatever works in the short to medium term for making sure people can eat, or just get basic supplies. But in the long term, I think we have to have we got to turn civilization upside down. We basically want sustainability because, again, my deserted island scenario, while the details can get extremely different, the core principles, I think, don't change once you extend that to the whole planet or to a whole country, So we need to just kind of, I'm seeing a lot about space expansion and stuff. Okay, I will grant you, if we had incredible technology, if we had starships and we could build them without, basically as easily as we build a Navy ship or something like that, then okay, then maybe we could actually take a stab at this infinite growth thing, because then maybe there are enough planets out there to buy us just tens of millennia, or hey, for all we know, maybe the universe is infinite. Actually, yeah, feel free to email me on that too. Is there reason to think the universe is not infinite? Here's one thing I've always thought, but maybe someone smarter at this can explain it to me. There's the extent of the entire known universe and the Big Bang Theory with that. Okay, well, how do we know that our universe isn't just let's represent it as a drop, like a water droplet. And this is as far as we can possibly see, but in the water droplet analogy, if we just move a foot over here, oh, there's another water droplet. Is there any scientific reason to think that that's not the case? There's not kind of, not really multiple universes, but multiple universes that are the size of our understanding of the known universe. So yeah, it's not exactly a multiverse because it's all the same space, but it would be so incredibly far apart that we just wouldn't be able to detect it. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm not a believer in infinite growth. In fact, I think we're way past the point of sustainability. It's just that it hasn't all come home yet. In the desert island scenario, okay, so let's say we've depleted just all the fish around us, and you know what? We've kind of run out of. We're not sure how we're going to be able to feed people in a few months. However, we just have stores and stores of smoked fish that's going to last a long time. It's like fish jerky. And you know what? There's still a couple patches left that we're fishing from, and those will feed us for a while. But that's not sustainable. Eventually, that's going to collapse because we've just depleted all the fish kind of way out there. So I kind of feel like that's where we are now. It's yes, we have resources for pretty much anything we need, but that's gradually going to start going down and down, and then we get back in this situation again. So I think, yeah, from my opinion on the government response, it would be one that took this seriously. However, this is so far out there as far as normal politics, what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not even sure this is on the spectrum. I mean, like, when people talk about like left or right, this is like, just like, no, I'm actually, yeah, which political party is talking about like, no, actually we need we do not need growth. We need things to contract, but in a smart way so that people aren't starving or, having their lives ruined or, yeah, so it's saying a lot left or right, it's just up. It's almost like it's almost like a parallel axis that's running. I've run into that with, when I'm when trying to sort music. Like, okay, like let's say you have music that's fast and slow, and you have music that's like, it's sort of upbeat or sort of dark, but then you have music that's like, maybe has like a medieval instruments sound to it versus like 8-bit sound versus rock. Well, these are like different dimensions to it. So yeah, but again, like, well, yeah, this is actually what I was trying to get back to on the last video chat when somebody was talking about socialism. Like, okay, socialism, it's like a different dimension of that. That goes back to like, okay, we have a group of 100 people. How do we decide? How do we make the decisions? Right? Well, that they can work under that. However, there's nothing, I think, in socialism necessarily stops just continuing to rely on infinite growth. So, like, okay, so we've decided that everybody kind of owns the fishery. That this isn't just one guy who owns it that decides all the prices. No, we all get a piece of it. We all get some fish. But what if everybody or the majority of people are deciding like, okay, well, you know what? Thanks. I'm liking all this fish I'm having. I don't really want to eat less fish. So we're going to keep fishing at this rate. And, hey, I like these fish bones as decorations. Like, they make the houses look cool. So we're just going to keep doing this. Now, I think if it's within I think you have a better I guess that's what I would get at. With socialism, it's possible to stop the infinite growth reliance. Capitalism, I'm not sure it is, but I think there's nothing inherent about socialism that suggests that you will. I mean, that you see, it's like a different axis on the dimension. So for everybody saying, oh, this is the answer, well, it's the answer for some things. Maybe not the ultimate, maybe not the most important questions, because I think long-term survival of everybody is the way to go. And yeah, and I also think, well, okay, I shouldn't get too off track, but yeah, that's how, those are my politics. We've crashed on this island. I want as many people to survive as possible. Maybe somebody had some rare condition that we just don't have the medical technology for and they're not going to make it. Okay, that sucks. We couldn't do that. But we couldn't save them. But everybody else that we can conceivably save, let's save them. Which you're part of that too, And I'm in favor of systems that get us there, So. All right, I should move on there. But yeah, that's kind of why I don't get into political stuff too much, because it's like, well, it's like we're talking about this slice of a larger problem, Okay, will there be any other Craig Mingle cameos in the near future? Not that I have planned, but we'll put it like this: Craig will be in the movie. Okay, so he'll be. I'll let people know that Craig has a character in the movie. So, but near future, it just depends on how things arise. Like even when I think, okay, yeah, he was in Freeman's Mind too. But even for Contraption Zach, I didn't really have that planned. I just realized, man, this would be great if we had voiceovers. So I just kind of went with who was like readily available at the time. I actually thought Craig's voice fit Zach pretty well. He had that kind of like upbeat, kind of chipper tone to it. So yeah, as the need arises, I can pull more voice actors. But And then don't worry, once I'm ready for the movie, I'll have a giant audition. And then when I do have the audition, I'll keep people like sort of on file for other roles too. So even if I don't use them for the movie, I like the sound of their voice, or I think they'd be good in other situations. Now I'll just sort of make a list there. So, well, I'll mention that when I make the audition video. Since you're in the process of moving, what's your packing strategy? And then it sounds like everybody below this has thought about it more than I have. Okay, it got kind of chaotic. We ended up being a little more pressed for time than we meant to, but in general, it tends to be kind of chaotic with me. I try to reserve a lot of clothes just sort of as additional packing material, because like if you're packing dishes or glass or something, well then you can kind of wrap them in the clothes and kind of protect them that way. I guess the bed I do last, because on the day we moved, they basically woke up and then broke down the bed frame and the mattress and the sheets. I get once you're approaching moving day, I get some garbage bags for dirty clothes, so you don't have to worry about washing stuff then. Let's see, I mean, I don't have particular... I'll try to like not have some boxes overly heavy. So if there's one like full of books, I might take a few of them out, just so, because I don't want it like breaking through the cardboard. Let's see, I'm looking around what I did. I mean, sometimes I'll try to have things linked together. Oh, one thing I do that I've learned from experience, I try to like take down the computer a little earlier, because I don't want it as a diversion. Because it can kind of, if you're packing all day, you kind of want to, if you have more days to pack, then sure, leave it up longer. But, I don't want to like space out for an hour, because then maybe I needed that hour, and I did this time. So I handled that well. I don't know, just sort of break things down, put them in the boxes, try not to have too much loose space, and just keep going. I guess try to think about things that are going to be more difficult to move or more fragile first. Actually, no, okay, I shouldn't go into too many details on that, but I'm just keep looking around to think about what I did. We're still unpacking. In fact, Magda today called this the box apocalypse, because look, once we moved, we were just beat. I mean, we did not. I admit, I've slowed down a little bit since this move. Just in all areas. Because I was just so exhausted after it, that it's just like, yeah, we did it. We got away from the crazy landlord. Yeah, our new landlord's pretty cool. He sort of looks like an actor, but I can't place him. He's like a lesser known actor. I don't know what he's been in. He has red hair, a beard. Magda thinks he looks a little bit like Chuck Norris, but I don't think he does. But believe me, I would be the first to tell you if I thought my landlord looked like Chuck Norris. In fact, I'd get pictures at that point. My landlord before us was pretty cool. He's the one who looked like sad Sean Bean. The landlady didn't look like anybody in particular, but I'll figure out what actor he looks like. But he's very nice. So I feel like we roll a 20 when getting this apartment. So yeah, his eyes are more open than Chuck Norris's. Chuck Norris is sort of like in the Clint Eastwood category, where he always has like kind of half squint going on. Let's see. Like, okay, this isn't who I'm thinking of, but he looks a little bit sort of like, again, I don't know the actor, but I know he was the original actor for Marty McFly from Back to the Future. So not Michael J. Fox, but the other guy they were considering. He looks a little bit like him, but that's not the actor I'm thinking of. I know it. And friendlier than that guy. So, or a friendlier looking face than that guy. I don't know anything about that actor. But, some people have friendlier faces than others. So, okay, so. Oh yeah, Eric Stoltz. That sounds like the other Marty. So a little bit like that, but a little more built up than Eric Stoltz. Okay. Okay, is learning Polish as difficult as some people say it is? Uh, well, my biggest issue, you have a specific way or tips for learning a new language. You know, what I keep thinking back to over and over again, for me personally, is there's an episode of The Tick, the cartoon, where he goes to this dinosaur park, the fossils, and with the tar pits, that sort of thing. And he's coming out and he says, "Wow, I've learned so many new and interesting things today." And then he clutches his head, saying, "Now if I could just retain it." That's exactly how I feel with languages. So we're saying it's difficult as learning Chinese. No, it's not. For one, you have most of the same characters as English. There's only like 4 or 6 or something additional characters in Polish. Plus, one thing that's easy about well, not easy, but helpful about Polish is it's not like English where there's a million exceptions. If I see a word I've never seen before, I can at least know how to pronounce it because the rules don't change for the most part. So that's very helpful. I think what people may find difficult, well, the grammar, well, I'll get to that might compare it to Chinese. Apparently, Polish is the only other language in the world besides Chinese that has like certain syllables it shares with it. I may be getting things mixed up, but I think one of them is like the TS sound, like when you do like a C sound in Polish. Like I think the only place I had ever seen this before coming to Poland was in Mortal Kombat, Shang Tsung. So the Tsung, like that sound, the way you pronounce his name, that's more commonly, I think, again, I might be mixing things up. Okay, so if somebody's saying if Russian has that, or tsunami, yeah, okay, maybe it's, so maybe I'm mixing that up. Maybe there's a different syllable that it only, I remember I read somewhere there was one syllable that Chinese is the only other language besides Polish that shares that with. So maybe I'm probably mixing those up. But now I've heard Polish grammar is very difficult. I wouldn't know because I'm not even trying. So for people who are talking about tips, I'm aiming for caveman Polish, or Jaskinjowiec. I think is how you pronounce caveman. Where I just want to know verbs, nouns, hunt, smash, run, rock, tree, because even if I talk like a caveman, I'm going to have, it's going to be so much easier to communicate like that than trying to learn all these phrases and rules. So I don't care if I sound like an idiot. Yeah, mold bad, exactly. Which I guess I should learn how to say that. I can communicate with people then. So I think that's a great tip for any language is just don't take it on all at once. Just try to learn words, and even then, not just any words, like the most useful one. Yeah, nouns and verbs. Those are the ones you want. Maybe a few adjectives, but yeah. Somebody's saying, "Dude, watch kids shows." Yeah, maybe I should. But yeah, actually, the grammar doesn't throw me. Well, again, I'm not even trying, but just conceptually, the grammar doesn't throw me off too badly because I actually had some Latin in high school. And it's the same sort of thing where you have, yeah, okay, that does throw me off, you'll have feminine and masculine words where it's not just a descriptor. It's, it's not that some nouns are more manly or anything like that. It's just they follow different rules for whether the words like feminine or masculine. And I think Latin has that too. And then you'll have like different like cases of the word kind of built into the word itself. Whereas in English, we tend to do it differently. I'm getting way out of my expertise here, which I'm probably a disappointment to my mother who knows all about English grammar. She's an expert on that. She used to teach English as a second language. So she knows everything, whereas I've just sort of I just sort of learned to talk the way everybody else does, or most of us do. So you realize some phrases just sound wrong or sound correct, and get into the habit of it. And I'm not sure I ever learned actually the complete fundamentals of English. So, but yeah, again, so that for Polish, that's what it has going for it, is the pronunciation is extremely consistent. And I guess I do have an advantage because I've done voice acting. So when they tell me the word, no, I may not remember the right way to pronounce it, but if they tell me the word, I can pronounce it. But again, I may forget the right way to pronounce it, but I've done so much recording that I'm totally aware of all these like subtle nuances for like the tone of your voice, or trying to communicate different things that with how you say something, that just getting the pronunciation right, that's not a problem. But yeah, but it's just, I just need to remember all this stuff, and that's never been my strength. So I just need to do it over and over again. Is the problem. That's probably why I've learned foods, because that just keeps coming up. It keeps oh, sir, it's just cheese, or cebula. Cebula is onion. Kurczak, chicken. Pomidor, tomato. Ananas. Well, people could probably get that one. That's banana. No. Ananas is pineapple, but banana is banana. See, I'm getting them mixed up now. So yeah, I can do foods. I could walk into most Polish restaurants and have a clue of what I'm ordering. In fact, I had to do that when a couple of my friends visited for my wedding. I went off with my dad and a friend of mine. We went on a hike. And when we were coming back, my dad drove us. He rented a car. But we were all pretty hungry, and we stopped. And it was like out of vacation season of this touristy area. But there was one place open, but there was nothing open that had English menus or speakers or anything. And even then, they had like half the items. So they gave us the menus, and I basically had to pick out food for everybody because I had like at least half a clue of what was on the menu. So I felt good. I was able to communicate enough for us to order and us to have food. So I just need to learn more words and remember them. Okay, so let's see. So he's saying, it's clear that VR is opening up a lot of possibilities for live performances and machinima production as a whole. I think there will be a renaissance for the medium of machinima, although the price barrier of VR is still an issue at the moment. What are your thoughts on this matter, and how do you think it'll impact your own productions? It probably won't impact my productions that much, because I kind of want to see this thing. A lot of thoughts on this. Like, I kind of want to have my stuff at least accessible to people. By that, I mean that if you're on a phone, you can watch it. If you're on a computer, watch it. Or TV, you can watch it. Now, as far as, I don't want to like dumb down anything. So if I think I have like a funny joke that not everybody's going to get, well, I'm going to leave it in there if I think it's funny. But, I don't want the actual technical aspect of it to be a barrier for people. But as for VR, right now, if I had to, I'd say anything's possible. And one of my videos is definitely going to brush up against your question that you're having here. It's not the same thing, but that's coming up. But one of them is, if I had to guess right now, what is the future of VR? If I were to guess, I think it's going to remain niche, but it's going to be an extremely devoted niche. So like, let's say something like Linux gaming, or like steering wheels for driving games, or flight sticks for flying games. It's like, those are not, none of those examples are going anywhere. Most people don't do that. However, you're going to have a diehard community for it. There's going to continue to be content coming out that uses all that stuff. So I think, because even if VR, well, I think but Palmer Luckey said something like, even if it was free, not everybody's going to get into VR, because there really are barriers. Like, some people don't like to be shut off. Even for me, which I'm going to just keep at it, motion sickness. And even with the motion sickness, even if you don't get motion sick, games right now can just do like anything you can think of, just about, like on a 2D screen or a flat screen. But trying to apply all that in VR, like as though you're actually there, it can just be overwhelming. Like, even if you don't get sick, well, we'll see. Like, I guess we'll see. How many, put it like this, how many people would want to speed run Half-Life Alyx? I mean, I'm sure there's some out there that would want to try, but like, even, doesn't mean you have to be good at it. You know, you can speed run any game. You don't have to be good at it. You're just giving it, you're trying to go through it as fast as you possibly can. Well, okay, I guess I don't know the details of Half-Life Alyx, but I'm guessing speedrunning something like Half-Life, I'm guessing, is a lot easier or simpler than speedrunning something like Half-Life Alyx. However, Half-Life Alyx has been sort of tuned for VR. Okay, here's the better question. Who there would want to attempt to speedrun Half-Life 2 in VR? Like, as in, the whole thing gets ported to VR, so, you know, you have like your floating guns, that sort of thing. Good motion controls and everything. So you're just going to go through that as fast as you possibly can. Bunny hopping, doing exploits that fling you through the map. Yeah, gusto speedrunning, somebody's putting in. How many people want to attempt that? Because let's say I could see some people trying that as just fun. The point is, you can do a lot more things through two different mediums. You can do a lot more things in traditional games that maybe you can do them in VR, but it's just overwhelming, or it's a poor match for it. But on the flip side, you can do things in VR that aren't quite possible, at least in a good way, in like flat games. So, yeah, so I'm saying, just thinking about VR bunny hopping makes me nauseous. So there are barriers, and traditional gaming, whatever you think of it, it's more accessible than VR, I think, because you don't have to put a helmet on. You don't have, you just start the button, you just press start. I mean, I guess there are some VR games that are pretty accessible, but that helmet, it's a hurdle, and I think that might keep it from getting just widespread adoption. But that said, look, it's here to stay, VR. Like, and I say this as just trying to look at it objectively. Look, I am 100% still on board with like wanting to follow the dream of just exploring all these VR worlds. Like that, like I just want to jump out of my seat thinking about it. So I'm not saying this like, VR is not that great, but no, I'm just trying to think of like across the entire population how it's likely to play out. So don't worry, I'm like 100% on wanting more VR stuff, team. Although, again, for me, the best part about VR, for me personally, is the immersion. Like for actual, in fact, I feel like I mentioned VorpX is sort of my killer app for VR. I could see a lot of games where I would not want to play that game in VR, but I would want to play through the game normally, and then I want to fire it up in VR and just sort of like take a tour through it. You know, like, oh, this is what it really looks like in like 3D space, or you know, just it's sort of like you want to. I might use this again in another video. It's like, say you like an action movie and you think it's fun. You don't actually want to get in a gunfight with people, like a real gunfight where you're being shot at. But you might, after you've watched the movie, you might want to go to where the movie was filmed and check out the locations, or go on a park ride that kind of recreates the events from the action movie at a theme park or something. So I'm kind of seeing it like that, where you know, the game is like the movie, but then VR is kind of like visiting these sort of toned down versions of it that they each side has something to offer. So, okay, I've talked about VR a bunch in this. Geez, I've gone on a long time. I didn't mean to, oh, no, I haven't. Okay, I thought I went on 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's only been an hour and 45 minutes. Good. Let's see. Yeah, I was thinking, man, it just flew this time. More questions. Ross, do you know any games that take place during the apocalypse? Not after, but during. They seem pretty hard to find. A few people recommended. Yeah, I had to think about that too. I think it's only for the beginning of the game, but I remember Inversion being like that. That's sort of a kind of Gears of War type game. It's one that ends on I think it's one they planned for sequels, but then it didn't get a sequel, so you get kind of a cliffhanger ending. But I remember the first opening part of that. Okay, somebody's saying Fallout 4 the first 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a great... I've actually... After we moved, I actually got to play a few games this month, or last month. Because when we moved, I didn't have internet for a while. Then even later, after we got internet, I made sure Magda got internet first, because she's the junkie. I could go a long time without internet and be fine. But, well, I mean, eventually I need it for work and everything. But she was like, you know, wanting her fix of it. So I played I got to play more games during that time. And in fact, I found myself drifting towards post-apocalyptic stuff. I played Dead Synchronicity as an adventure game. It was pretty solid, but then the ending just fell right off a cliff. It's like, I feel like they must have just run out of money or something. Because it feels like the ending feels like they had 2 days to make it. Or so. I played Shardlight. That was another adventure game that was sort of a post-apocalyptic thing. Let's see, what are some other ones? Right now I'm playing a one that went free to play for a while as a response. That it ended up being, I ended up liking it more than I thought I would. It's called Escape from Tethys. It's basically a Metroid clone, but I'm liking it. So, yeah, feel free to. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned most zombie games take place during the apocalypse. I should check up on some more zombie games too. Okay, somebody's saying Resistance: Fall of Man. Yeah, that's up there for console exclusives I want to try out eventually. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll port it. Man, I really wish companies would would continue this trend of bringing console exclusive games over to PC late. Like, I love it. Just keep doing that, you know? Let's see. But yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, people are saying, oh yeah, the Resident Evil games. Well, I haven't played all of them, but I've played 1 through 4, and those are all... 3 is a little more post-apocalyptic. 2 is definitely... Well, actually, they all kind of... You know, even these, it's just... Yeah, you know, that's a great idea, and game developers should really step up to that, because what you get from apocalypse as opposed to post-apocalypse is Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit, that's one. Also called Indigo Prophecy. Yeah, that one did it, for sure. Because I like seeing that progression where day 1, everything's normal. But then day 2, things are... Oh, well, I ended up watching a playthrough, Pandemic. No, what am I saying, Pandemic? Pathologic, yeah. Although, I've heard you probably don't want to play Pathologic, though I've heard Pathologic 2 is better for that. Apparently, Pathologic 2, even though it's a sequel, I think I read it's just sort of like a reimagining of the first one. Okay, somebody's saying The Division 1 and 2. I still need to play those. I'm waiting for them to get like super cheap. Well, no, actually, The Division. Okay, I've done this twice now. I bought The Crew and then it went free to play. Well, no, it didn't go free to play. I bought The Crew and then it went free to own for like a couple days the one year. I was just like, I thought I got a deal getting it for like $7.50. Nope, it went free. Then later I bought Steep for like $6 or something. Then later it goes free to own for a couple days. It's like, damn it. I keep waiting for them to do that with The Division. They may not ever do that, but man, they've burned me twice now on this Ubisoft. It's just like, I think I'm getting the real good deal. And they're like, oh yeah, you think you got a good deal, huh? How does free sound, you know? So I'm hoping The Division goes, because the Division strikes me as another one of those games where I'm interested in it except the gameplay. Or rather, put it like this, from what I've heard of The Division, it sounds like the sort of game I would play with a trainer or cheats, because I am not a fan of bullet sponges. And I've heard that game has bullet sponges. But I like the idea of like the apocalyptic setting, sure. Kind of like tactical shooter stuff, sure, I like that. But bullet sponges, so it's the sort of game I might want to like take shortcuts on if I was playing as a single player, but it's online only, so obviously I'm not going to be running any cheats on that. But yeah, it's not a game I have like high hopes for or anything, but tactical shooter set in near future apocalypse, sure, that looks very pretty. Sure, I could try that out, you know, that sort of thing. But the price is going to reflect that too. I'm not dying for that game, you know. So okay, so that's good. Apparently, it's not as bullet spongy as it used to be. Great. Okay, somebody's saying the first Nier game during the prologue, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Oh, okay, yeah, somebody's clarifying a Pathologic. Yeah, the first one had 3 stories. But Pathologic, from what I can tell, you kind of need to be a masochist if you want to play that game, like through completion. Like you have to be excited and delighted that this game is just treating you like the enemy. I'm not that kind of gamer. I mean, I like a challenge, you know. Well, I keep thinking of Serious Sam when I think, or Supreme Commander, where they're just throwing just hundreds of enemies at me. It's just like, all right, we got to do this, you know. So I enjoy a challenge, but if it's just like antagonistic stuff where you need to know this is coming, or you need to know where this item is right here and do this ahead of time, or else you're screwed, and then we're not going to tell you or give you hints or anything, then... Okay, somebody's saying Killing Floor is apocalyptic. I didn't know that. I can't remember if I played Killing Floor or if I played the mod of Killing Floor. You know, like, because I think it was a mod before a standalone game. And it seemed like, it just seemed like a game, not even like a story or anything. Just like, all right, there's zombies coming in waves, time to kill them. So it's like, you know, but yeah, feel free to, yeah, well, I'm glad the chat's kind of picking up the slack here for trying to think of. No, that's a great, again, I think one of the best I can think of is Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy, because you get to see that kind of decline of society as things are becoming apocalyptic. And I love that stuff, like in movies and games. Like, I like seeing it just kind of escalate. So Pathologic for sure has that, but it's pretty hostile as a game. Well, okay, well, actually, I guess Mass Effect 3 has some of that. Yeah, like Mass Effect 3 starts out that way. I mean, that's... Yeah, Mass Effect 3 is apocalyptic, so... Somebody's saying Fahrenheit was post-apocalyptic. No. You start off... You're going to the game starts off with you trying to exit a diner without the police becoming alert. So in other words, diners, people just walking into a diner as normal is a thing. There's no apocalypse on the horizon. There's no apocalypse starting off. Oh, somebody's saying Postal. Well, Postal is just off the rail. Well, Postal 2, I guess. Postal isn't really apocalyptic. You're just Postal 1. You're just kind of going on a spree. I mean, you're not bringing up about the apocalypse, but oh, somebody's saying Dead Rising has that progression. I don't know if I own Dead Rising or not. Dead Rising was one of those where I was like right on the fence of it for the price during the sale. I think it was like $6. I was like, oh, well, I want to play that, but I don't know. A lot of these are, I don't know. A lot of these other games have gone even cheaper. Maybe I should wait another year. So I'm not sure if I ended up picking up that one or not. I think I didn't. But yeah, so maybe I'll have to check out Dead Rising eventually. Yeah. People are mentioning Plague Incorporated. Yeah, that obviously that's a apocalyptic game. Although that one's more one of those sort of management games, where it's sort of blurring the line. Well, okay, I haven't even played it, just the trailer and screenshots. It's sort of blurring the line between game versus like office management software. So some people like those kinds of games. I don't mind them if they have like a lot of presentation to go with them, like I have video clips and like little animations or maybe like side games that feel like their own environment. Then I can be okay with. If you want one that's a little more, well, in my opinion, fun from first glance, check out. Well, this one's a Flash game, though. I think it made a standalone one. Check out Infectinator, where you basically the idea is you're just this omnious force spreading a zombie disease. And the thing, and your goal each time is to you keep it kind of escalates. You go from like region to region, and you try to infect the right people so that they'll spread it to the others. Because if you click the wrong person, then they'll just turn to a zombie, and then everybody runs from the zombie, or somebody will shoot it, and then you never get a chance to infect somebody. So it's very strategic to try to choose like who exactly you're infecting, but it has a lot of goofy add-ons too. Like you can, like as an example, you can infect somebody with like a moonwalk. No, I mean a Michael Jackson zombie where he's doing where they do a Thriller dance. It has a lot of goofy stuff. Actually, another one like that where you're spreading it. I mean, somebody saying that's the first game they ever raged at, Infectinator. It's fun. It's you might have to download a standalone Flash player, but yeah, it's free. I think they made a standalone version though. Another game that's a lot like that, but it's like the Lemmings version of this. I didn't beat it, but it starts off awesome. Oh, what's the name of it? It's like, I think it's called Zombie Night Terror. Here. Again, it's basically Lemmings, the game, except you're zombies trying to spread. Yeah, Zombie Night Terror. It starts off great. In fact, one scene got me to actually laugh at it, which can be pretty rare. Because they'll have like these little cut scenes you see like these little text blobs. But it started getting more and more tedious because you'd have to do this long chain of events. And then if you made a mistake, you have to start all over and then wait on the zombies to crawl. So it got a little tedious, but for sure, like 2 thumbs up for like the first 2 hours playing it. So yeah, no, I think that's a great point. So game developers, take note. There is a definite interest at watching actual apocalypse unfold games. So not all post-apocalyptic. Just so. I mean, that's what. There's a ton of books, but I was thinking, since we got on the topic of zombies, one of people's favorite zombie books is World War Z, and that's what it is. Like World War Z is like the full spectrum, just about, where you see the first outbreaks and it progresses and progresses. So yeah, I love that stuff in movies. I love seeing the transitions. So. Okay, that one took a while, but yeah, that's a good question. Okay. In the making of your Armed and Delirious video, did you ever feel like you were kind of, I don't know how to pronounce it, Oppenheimer? Creating an atomic bomb of weirdness you were about to unleash upon unsuspecting fans? Yes, absolutely. In fact, I was getting worried because of how, look, if Armed and Delirious was a 20-minute episode, I wouldn't be that worried about it. But that kept going on. I felt like, geez, do I really want to cut this? People, I feel like somebody out there is going to want to see just how nuts this game is. And it just keeps going. And then I'd run into things like that puzzle with the, I mean, there's like the insane logic puzzles. And then there's the one where I think there literally is no solution aside from just process of elimination, just rote repetition of it. I was just like, I'm not sure I've ever even seen that in a game before. I mean, where you, I've seen games where you might have to, where there might be like 4 digits, or you have to like just guess a code that has like the 16 possible combinations, because there'll be like the code's like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, and you have to guess the number. I've seen a little bit of just raw trial and error, but not like that. I don't think I've seen anything like that before. I mean, I've seen that on copy protection, where like, okay, fine, guess which number out of 1,000 that you have to do. So yeah. I was worried that just a lot of people end up just turning it off because just like, okay, I can't take this, Ross, you know? So, but to see that game just not even mentioned on like top weirdest games, to not even make it in the top 10. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of weird games, but I think that one, look, you gotta, it's gotta be on the list somewhere, at least as an honorable mention, you know? I mean, you get pretty subjective as I can understand if people say, no, Ross, there's weirder than that. Fine. I can believe there's weirder stuff than that, but it's up there. I mean, it's in the final running for sure. And to just not even see it mentioned, that's what drove me to want to make that. So yeah, as somebody said, it was a journey. Exactly. So, but yeah, I was worried I was overdoing it. So, but again, I just didn't want to cut the stuff that was in there. That's why Phantasmagoria 2 was so long. I just didn't want to cut that stuff. I mean, Phantasmagoria 2, I think it's like I don't know how many hours it is normally. I cut out a lot, but man, this is just, it's either stuff I feel like people want to see or stuff I just have to comment on because it just spurs all these other thoughts. Assuming you had no other projects you were currently working on, if a game developer came to you saying they love your creative output and wanted to collaborate with you in making a game of your choosing, what sort of input would you give? How hands-on can you see yourself being with a project like that? If I wasn't working on other projects, I would probably give them my all to the best of my ability. I mean, they shouldn't have, I mean, I would give input on just whatever they wanted. I'd play test stuff. You wouldn't want me composing the music because I just fall flat on that. However, I could certainly specify like what tone the music should have, or give like, you know, a dozen examples of music similar, like, hey, maybe something like this. I might, you know, discuss like the art direction, like which way it should go. Again, with gameplay, that's the sort of thing where I'm hardly a genius on, but I could probably spot like more obvious problems, or just give you a knee-jerk response. Like you give me a pitch of the gameplay, I could tell you like whether that sounds fun, or maybe it doesn't sound fun to me, but for sure there'd be a demographic that would sound fun to. See, that's the thing. Even if there's games I don't like, I know there's people out there that are gonna like them. I mean, especially if they get a lot of attention. Well, hey, we'll find out too. Like if I stream a game that's not with other people, I think Dark Souls is towards the top of the list. That one's one of the more requested ones. So, and I'll just be going in blind. And I saw the comments. One person, they seemed desperate to warn me I shouldn't go in blind. So what we'll do is I'll just leave it to the chat. The chat can decide. It'll be I'll be on a need to know basis, and the chat will decide what I need to know. So, let's see. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I don't do all this is because I've taken on a lot of projects and I kind of want to just nail a lot of my projects, especially the stuff that's coming up. I only need to do this once and then I'm done with it. So it's just out of the way. So then I can spend more time on stuff that's just going to keep going, like Game Dungeon, you know, or, well, actually, I may be triple lucky today with this place because I still want to wait a little while, but with Freeman's Mind, I met one of my next door neighbors today. She's super friendly. I warned her that, you know, I can get loud with voice recording. She just kept saying, no, don't worry about that. Like, so, hey, if my neighbor knows I'm screaming my head off and they're all right with that, then maybe Freeman's Mind's back up in the cards. But I need to fix the audio first. But I want to get this other video out of the way. Yeah, so there's a 70+ minute video coming up. It's quite watchable. It's kind of like the Games as a Services fraud video, but lighter, definitely nothing serious. Doesn't involve the law. Or spoiler, the only level of the law this involves is I'm probably gonna, if I can find it, I want to show footage of the Microsoft trial where Bill Gates is testifying. If that video even exists, I don't know. So, but it's going to be long, just tons of supplemental material to go with it. So, yeah, and it's again, I hacked it down some, but yeah, if you're just looking for me to talk about things and just, it's a lighter tone. Games as a Services fraud, part of me didn't like making that just because I had to focus on this, and I really hate that it's happening in the first place. This isn't like that. This is more closer to like Ross Rant's territory, where it's just like, what the hell are we doing here? So it's light. So let's see. Okay, another question. What is your favorite philosophical quote? I don't know if I have any one favorite off the cuff, although I saw that question earlier, and the first thing that came to my head, I saw a T-shirt before that said, I went out looking for, or this, I'm probably gonna butcher the quote here. I went out to find myself. If you see me before I get back, keep me here. So, yeah, you know, people go out looking for themselves, trying to find themselves. So I like that. I like how it went on past that, you know. If you see me before I get back, keep me here. Okay. Long question. I'm just looking through here. Oh, are there any games? Yeah, they're saying they had a lot of fun with the physics in Half-Life 2. Are there any games you can think of where you had a lot of fun just playing around with its mechanics? Yeah. Well, I mentioned one already, in Invisible War. Like, I don't know. I just found it fascinating just throwing all the bodies into the dumpsters. I guess my brain was just sort of imagining like somebody coming and like just opening up the lid and just like the reaction of that person. Because I think there's a scene in a mob movie. It might have been Goodfellas or Casino or maybe another one where these garbage men are, you know, taking out the garbage and then they just see like these hands and legs sticking out. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, you know, like this, I don't know. But actually in Unreal Tournament 2004, well, actually, oh yeah, maybe we did that in some of the sessions. I remember some people, we would try to do stunt jumps in the Jeep. Oh yeah, we were saying it's some Goodfellas, all right. I knew it was some mob movie. where there would be these parts you could take the Jeep up to like the edge of the map on the top of the hill, and then you could get a jump off of that like it's a ski jump, but then you could get grenades on the back of the Jeep. And the thing is, if you put in your own team's grenades, they give a bit of a boost. But if the enemy did that, they would get a much bigger boost. But you could only put so many on without blowing up the Jeep. But sometimes somebody on the enemy team would want to come, and then we try to see just how far we could rocket it up. And then we would get one of the hovercrafts to push the Jeep down the hill to get it even faster. And then they would detonate the grenades in midair. Or I think once, yeah, you got more of a boost from enemy grenades, but if you had a bunch of people helping with this, then friendly grenades were better, because then you could get like a couple dozen on them to just really rocket it off. I remember we got serious airtime. And actually, I don't know if this counts. It kind of isn't really, well, it sort of counts. My favorite level of Counter-Strike was not a standard map. And the level is nothing special. It's just like a giant figure eight. It's ugly, if anything. But I think it was called DE Jeepathon 2K. And all the level was people would start on like opposite ends of this giant figure eight, and they would go and run. They would run up and get in the Jeep, and then it would be a full team, so it could seat about 4, but then people could like, could crouch down and stand on like sort of, I forget what they're called. They're sort of like the rungs to the Jeep, so if you like want to step up into the driver's seat, you get one or two people on the sides of each of those, and then some people would like crouch down on the hood, and then we would just load up the Jeep, and then you would just go and just basically have drive-bys with the other team. And it was just so much fun. Like, look, there's an idea for just a regular deathmatch shooter. It was just incredibly fun, because one person would be the driver, and then other people would just be there just ready to have drive-bys. And then, of course, the physics were incredibly janky. Geez, I think this was for beta Counter-Strike, now that I think about it. But I'm sure you can find the map now. Yeah, I think it was Jeepathon 2K. And it was just like, I don't know. It was just fun just seeing everybody would just hop on, just be ready to go shoot the other team. And sometimes they would take out the driver, in which case everybody would still be firing, but they'd realize the Jeep's coming to a stop. And it was yeah, people are saying function vehicle is a right, not a privilege. Yeah, it was just a blast. And these would be quick rounds. And then sometimes people would just get out and like try to snipe as they're coming, but I think it was better without sniping, actually. But I mean, I would love to see that, whereas like the game's actually devoted to that. So let's set it in just the suburbs. Or just in the hood somewhere, or like in a downtown in an office area. I mean, it'd just be fun just having drive-bys. I mean, it was just a fun gameplay mechanic. So it was, yeah, I mean, it's certainly not most of what you do in Counter-Strike, but man, I loved it. I mean, you didn't have to get on the Jeep, but it's like somebody would go in, you hear the Jeep start up, everybody piles on, and then, so... I'm trying to think if there's some other games where I had a lot of fun doing like non-standard stuff. Well, I think I mentioned before. Yeah, it was. Well, those are examples of the mechanics. I mentioned before, pretty much every DayZ clone, I don't really play it the normal way. I just treat it like an exploration game. If I explore the entire map, then I win. So. Okay, let's see. Have you seen any of Adam Curtis's documentaries? They might be up your alley when you have free time on YouTube, BBC. Oh, no, on YouTube. BBC doesn't seem to care. Well, maybe they might now that you mentioned that. Yeah, actually, I had a copyright strike on Potty Pigeon for using all creatures great and small footage. I got it removed, but Yeah, so it wasn't a permanent a copyright claim, I guess, not a strike. But they fought me harder than anybody else, the BBC. So they eventually yielded because, hey, it's fair use. And there are provisions for that even under European law. But no, I'm not even aware of it. And he says, okay, they're saying, well, that's interesting. Apparently one's mixing Freud and consumerism. They're saying one has the trap, the modern concept of freedom, hypernormalization. Governments are paralyzed by the real world, so they let corporations invent an easier to manage fake world. Sounds interesting. So yeah, maybe I'll check that out sometime. Let's see. Have you played Deus Ex? Okay, we're getting down to these questions, so I'll pick and choose, but I'll answer this one. Have you played Deus Ex Mankind Divided? I played some of it. I did not get very far. It was very, look, full props to them for getting rid of the yellow filter. So don't think any of my criticism has anything to do with that. It wouldn't have changed a thing but I got to a point where, again, very early on, again, the graphics are very nice, where you find out that you have like some hidden augmentations that you're supposed to unlock, and then I hit a bug I couldn't get around. Like, you're supposed to pick one, so I tried to pick one, it wouldn't let me. I tried to pick another one, it wouldn't let me, and I just got caught in the menu, so then I forcibly exited, came back, and then the same loop happened again. So I think I tried that about a year ago, maybe a year and a half, so maybe I should give it another shot. But even without that, it wasn't like, it just wasn't roping me in. I don't know, it just, everything kind of felt inconsequential, sort of, or just, and listen, I mean, if anything, what's happening now is even more testament to the original, because, hey, the original has a plague going on, and that's like a trigger event for this other stuff happening. So it's like, man, that's what I like most about Deus Ex, is that they're really taking an honest stab of like trying to figure out where we're going for the future, you know? And like, I think Deus Ex they kind of wrote themselves into a corner. Again, Invisible War is part of the problem for that, because not all the blame's on like Human Revolution, Mankind Divided, because, you know, they sort of like shut off a lot of doors as to what's going on by already making a sequel. But I think I mean, the gameplay, it's all right, but there's so many games, I don't always know why a game ropes me in necessarily of one more than another. Sometimes I can figure it out. A lot of times I can't. So, for whatever, yeah, the hookability rating. Mankind Divided's hookability, it was kind of low for me. So maybe I'll go back and finish it eventually, but again, I still feel like the Adam Jensen character, like, it's kind of limited what they can go with. I mean, maybe if you had some masterful writing, you could make it feel like a fresh kind of prequel to Deus Ex that does tie in with a lot of real world events. Well, not tie in, but no, actually you don't want it tying in with real world events exactly. A better way to phrase that is it takes guesses as to where we're going and tries to extrapolate a story based off of that, hey, you know, maybe that's the thing. The thing that was great about Deus Ex is it was looking forward. You don't look at the present. The present's just going to make the game dated, or just feel like out of touch as the longer it goes on. Whereas if you're taking a forward guess, if you're lucky, a lot of future events will have a lot of parallels, and it'll give your game a long longevity. However, And if you're unlucky, well, then it's still an interesting sci-fi scenario that's just kind of like, oh, well, that's kind of interesting, seeing how this went. Whereas if you try to tie it towards like present day stuff, then you really got to know what you're doing. So, but I think that's what I like the most about Deus Ex is it had parallels and then it jumped ahead. Whereas, just showing some sci-fi robotic stuff, that's just kind of window dressing. That you got to look at like the societal structural stuff and like in your story for how it connects to real world. So yeah, maybe from what I've heard, Mankind Divided, getting the names mixed up, doesn't necessarily do that. And I have had a spoiler in the sense that I've learned that it has a complete cliffhanger ending, apparently. I don't know what the ending is or what the story is, but so that further discourages me, knowing that the end of all of this, I'm not going to get a normal ending. It's just going to be like, oh, what will he do next? And then, so I don't know. I'll see. Maybe I'll go through it maybe if they have another Deus Ex game and then this one really takes the lessons to heart about like what was good about the first one, like story-wise, then that'll get me to want to go through Mankind Divided as the stepping stone to the newer ones. So, and see this musty smells building up in here just in this time. We'll see. I'll run a dehumidifier after this. Okay, so I may start winding this up in a little bit. Somebody's asking what I thought about Life is Strange 2. I had not even looked at it since the prequel looked like more of the same. And apparently Life is Strange, according to this person, Life is Strange 2 is not like that. It's more, it's not about like piling on the drama. So, hey, maybe I'll watch a trailer or a little bit of gameplay and see what I think. So yeah, I just assumed it was like more of the same general. Okay, somebody's saying it's absolutely terrible. Another person saying it's garbage. Okay, well then I'm not in a rush to look at that because hey, I gave Life is Strange an honest shot. I'm the wrong demographic. It's not that it's a bad game. It obviously has production value. It obviously has like a sense of progression and their own idea of what they're trying to do. And it appeals to a certain type of person. I am not that person. So on my game ratings, that will get a solid pass from me because it's just, nope, not for me. It's doesn't mean it's a bad game. It means it's the wrong game for me. I don't have Star Trek The Next Generation videos, future ones planned, though there will be a cameo of Star Trek in the next video coming up. So, this is a good question. This is a good question. Somebody's wanting more civil protection. Is there any chance of you collaborating with animators on Source Filmmaker to bring it back? If I don't have to do the animating that's on the table, I've said that, but so this is the struggle. I say this knowing how busy I am, but I'd love to make more civil protection too. So it's, but I would not love animating it. So I'm saving all that energy for the movie. That said, if somebody had already done Source Filmmaker and we were really on the same page, maybe I can make that happen. And I would give them like at least half of the, I think we'd probably, unless they're bigger than I am, well, actually I'd still kind of want to release it on my channel, but I would give them at least half the profits from it. If they were going to animate that, and we could kind of coordinate, I could do the voice sort, because I'd still would kind of want to direct it, but, and then even with animation, I might have, there's certain styles, so for sure I'd have to see existing animation, but no, it's not an impossibility. But for me personally, I'm just done with Source. I mean, only thing coming from me in Source is more Freeman's Mind. But that doesn't mean it's the end of civil protection. Like, let's say I get the movie done, I clear budget, other stuff, I said, yeah, let's get more civil protection. What's going to happen is I'm going to port the assets over to Unreal, most likely, and then do it that way. So it doesn't. I'm not handcuffing that to Source Engine, but no way. I learned my lesson. Ross, is there a hobby or skill you've always wanted to give a shot but haven't yet had the opportunity to? Probably, but you know what? I'm so busy now that it's almost like it doesn't, I'm not too worried about it. Whatever. I guess eventually I'd like to play a little more, learn a little bit more piano. I'd like to be able to play Bloody Tears, from Castlevania. That would be, I can play a little bit on piano or keyboard, but I wouldn't mind futzing around with it more. Though, what? I'm at the point now where I kind of have to realize, like, I think I'd probably only ever dabble with it because I kind of have to realize if I'm just going to be messing around with something creative, I try to shift that towards something productive, like, making a game dungeon or another side video, because then you guys can have something entertaining. Whereas just me playing something on a keyboard, that's just for me, really. And I don't work at a job that has me absolutely starving for wanting to do something creative like other jobs I've had to do. So I think I'd rather dump more of that into the videos. At the end of episode 10, Freeman eats Cheetos. Did you actually record yourself crunching or did you use a sound effect? I do not remember. I'd say I probably recorded a sound effect. That probably would have been tortilla chips or something, but I don't remember. Let's see. Your movement started being a bit staggering. Uh-oh. Well, that's me getting sloppier then. Okay, they're saying apparently I was more careful with the movement for Freeman's Mind in the first one, whereas in the second one, as I got farther along, it felt more like game movement. That's me slipping then. Sorry. I try to make it more presentable. Although that said, when there's shootouts, I do kind of want that more frantic. So, okay, I'm going to skip some more questions. Somebody's asking if I'd use a controller with like 50 thumbsticks on it. It doesn't look like something I'd want to use, though. I will be talking about controllers a little bit in the next video. That's like a small part of it. So, okay, this one I think I answered in a game dungeon, so I'm skipping. Somebody's saying current trade, China is increasing censorship to appeal to a Chinese audience. Do you think there will come a point where a video game or some other media will be almost entirely pandered to a Chinese audience? I think there are examples of that now. But yeah, for sure. I mean, if that's a large market and they know they have to jump through more hoops, I mean, a lot of businesses will do that. Actually, it's not Chinese. I think it's Korean. I'm still waiting for that Lost Ark game that was on my top 25 once. I don't think that's been ported to English. So yeah, I'd like to play that one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's games like that now. But oh man, the air's getting worse in here. Yeah. So feel free to. Yeah, I should shut down my computer after this and see if it goes away. If it does, I cleaned out my computers and I didn't smell anything too bad from that. Then we know it's like the fans or the heat kicking up something. So, okay. You posed an interesting scenario in the secret world. I'd like to know your answer. Cthulhu's mythos versus hell. Which one wins? Well, I mean, we're again, this is the sort of thing where we're probably operating on different dimensions here, where hell sort of has its own turf that Cthulhu may not necessarily be extending into. Though, I guess you can sort of judge it by, if I were to just take a stab at this, You can judge it by your enemies, because hell constantly has like the forces of good or God or heaven against it, and then it has to like figure out ways to kind of trick mortals into giving up their souls or play by these rules. And then whereas Cthulhu, it's just like, this is just a dark reality out there in the universe where man, it doesn't really even have enemies. It just sort of is, and mankind are just like ants in the middle of this. It just almost like the larger forces don't even pay consequence of mankind. Mankind's just in the way of sort of the Cthulhu mythos. So it's like the anthill outside in your yard as you're walking towards your car. And it's like the smaller elements might notice you, but so your cat might notice the ants that are outside, but you may not even see them. So that's so judging by that dynamic, it sounds like Cthulhu might win out over hell, because hell is always trying to like figure out ways like workarounds or fighting against the forces of good, where Cthulhu, that's just not even on the radar. So yeah, I think that might be a way to look at it. Well, they're asking if there's anybody I'd like to hear an in-depth interview with. Well, again, I'm pretty busy. Well, again, you can, if you, yeah, that's my criteria for appearing on YouTube videos, is I like to have, or podcast or something, I like the person to have at least 100 views for some of the stuff they do. So you can do that if you're kind of campaigning. It doesn't even have to be like an interview with me or even talk about games. Just, again, I feel frustrated. I don't have more out for you guys because so many people are at home quarantine or want to take their minds off the things. So I wish I had more for you. But again, everything I'm working on is just kind of big right now. And even then, the next one I'm doing, I was wanting to make it even before the virus, so it doesn't really connect to it at all. In fact, it seems trivial compared to that. So, but that's sort of what the Star Trek one is for, because I felt like, yeah, that one kind of connects a lot more to what's happening now. So, yeah, somebody's asking, saying YouTube revenue has been going down. If there's ways the audience can, somebody actually asked this, so I'll repeat it. If there's ways the audience can support me directly, yeah, on accursfarms.com there's a donation page, but everything I ever had to say really about the donations, it's in the Ross's fun-filled Begathon video. Nobody should feel obligated. In fact, if you're having hard times, you shouldn't donate. It's just me pressing my luck, basically. So, okay, this one I sort of answered last time about preserving different versions of the game. That one's just, I see that as just kind of a mess. Like, it's like a spectrum, Sometimes, yeah, you really should get the old version preserved. Other times, it's like all you're preserving are bugs that everybody hated. So it's a big spectrum. It's a case-by-case thing. And even then, all my energy on that topic is more towards just not destroying the game in its entirety because of forcing it to be online only and then having no end-of-life plans. So, yeah, I think this question got answered too. If I've ever paid more than, like what the most I've spent on a game. Yeah, the most I've spent on a game has been for other people because they were kind of special circumstances. I think the highest I've ever gone was 20, but even then, I haven't spent $20 on a game in a long time. Maybe not even this. Maybe not since the 90s, where I think that even then, I was thinking. I remember I spent $15 for a Gabriel Knight pack, where it had Gabriel Knight like 1, 2, and 3. I think altogether. But I think even then that was like $15. So yeah, no, it's never been cheaper, guys. Like even without inflation, it's never been cheaper. Okay, I'm kind of skipping some more stuff because I'm getting hungry and the air here is getting worse. But again, it's only since as of yesterday that the air got worse because all the well, again, the humidity hit almost 100%. So again, 1 week the air was fine, and there is better ventilation here, and it's drier here. But maybe there's something inside the drywall that I don't know about. Okay, somebody's asking another question that's sort of gonna brush up against another video. So, oh yeah, somebody's wondering if they wanted to recreate a live action version, Civil Protection. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you're actually copying it, maybe give me credit somewhere for the original. But yeah, look, anything that just resembles fair use, it's fine. Like, so if you want to make a 2D animated version, or sometimes people make, you could even do it like a source filmmaker recreation. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're obviously copying stuff I did, just, you can give me credit somewhere. But okay, longer question. Oh yeah, they're commenting about the maybe April Videochat 2020's sets off the demonetization. No, I think that was because I talked about, yeah, notice I've been saying the virus. I'm not saying specifically which virus. Maybe that's ended, but for a while it was confirmed. Mentioning which virus got you demonetized, or got you marked down, not demonetized, but sort of halfway, like flagged as not being suitable for advertisers. Or most advertisers. So I'm trying to take that approach to it. Just say pandemic, virus, not actually mention what it is. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And before then, the chats would get flagged all the time, and then they would be undone. And somebody said it's probably because I would put accursed farms in the title, and apparently that triggered the bot. And even though I did it again and again and again, and it was always cleared, that didn't work. So actually, for the last one, I think I did put accursed farms in it, or the one before, because I figured, well, they already marked it as, oh, actually they undid that. They undid. Okay, so I haven't checked the latest. Okay, so here's what happened. In one video, I mentioned the virus by name, and I'm pretty sure that's what got it triggered. So they got flagged as not being suitable for most advertisers. Okay, so I did an appeal not realizing that was against the rules. And it got shot down. Somebody manually reviewed it. And so I thought, well, shoot, I guess that's what they're doing then. You mentioned that, and you get marked for... I mean, again, they might have changed that since it's so widespread now. That's a lot of videos the mark is not suitable for advertisers, I bet. And yeah, actually, maybe I should use accent marks in some of the letters for accursed farms. That's a good idea. So, and then later, I checked like a month later, and then it was either lifted or YouTube made it invisible. So one of those two. So, and this is after being manually confirmed, no, your video violates or not violates, but it's not friendly for most advertisers. And the other chat. I mean, I figured it had to be that because I couldn't think of anything else. Oh yeah, the only other thing I could think of in that one was I made like some jokes about nationality, like how there was like what? Yeah, apparently it's like an old joke that like Polish people think sometimes of British people talking like they have like noodles in their mouth, like pierogi stuffed in their mouth. I thought that's a pretty harmless joke, guys. Like, but maybe that triggered. But no, it was almost certainly mentioning the virus by name. So. Oh yeah, somebody's asked what my opinion is on ray tracing for games, and somebody mentioned, yeah, I kind of mentioned it in the Trackmania episode. However, it's just kind of like, okay, whatever. I already think games look great now if they have a big budget behind them. But what I am super interested in that I think is just world of potential is AI use in games. Like the neural network learning. Because, oh man, I can envision hundreds, thousands of possibilities for making things more interesting or neat or ways we hadn't even envisioned. Whereas ray tracing, it's like, well, it's nice, but I would have been way more impressed back in the 90s. Whereas raster graphics are so nice now with all the tricks we pull that it's just, it's like a minimal difference. Oh, hey, here's a great question for people. Game question, because I might put this in a future video later. I don't know yet. Like right now, the difference between like high-end, like high graphics versus ray tracing, like I think like they've done it in like Metro Exodus, one of the Tomb Raiders, Cyberpunk's gonna have it. The difference is, I mean, it's there, but Control, that was another one. You see it, but I don't feel like, oh, I'm missing out so much. Oh, it looks so much better. I almost even don't want to play the original now without ray tracing. No, it's not giving me that feeling. It just feels like, let's just add a little more polish there. That's the impression it's giving me. So, whereas in the old days, oh man, the difference between low graphics versus high, it was just night and day. It's like, we're missing half the forest now in the game. Or, you don't see a building until it's like 5 feet in front of you, that sort of thing. So I'm wondering, I know there's people that do all these hacks to take like mainstream games down to like even lower settings that you can't normally get. But I'm wondering, what are some of the best examples of like older games between like low and high graphics where, oh wow, you really want the high graphics? Or even between medium and high. Where like, yeah, medium's nice, but oh man, high looks so much better. This could be, again, we're not talking about like what looks the best on high settings, because I think actually in the old days you didn't even have ultra. You just had high, but maybe, I could be just forgetting stuff. But like what games show the contrast between like medium and high the most? So it could be a game from like 20 years ago. That's fine. But it's like, man, you see what it looks like on medium compared to high? Big difference. Okay, somebody's saying Oblivion. That might be one. Yeah, and we're talking like out of the box, no mods, just no special hacks. Just, you see what it looks like on high compared to medium. It made you want to get a faster card. So, Half-Life 2, maybe. Actually, I think the original Far Cry had a pretty, like, stark difference. But yeah, I'm just wondering, what are the biggest stark differences? Yeah, let's say between medium and high. Or both. Between medium and high and between low and high. Like, so, point is, we're past those days now. In fact, in a few games, at least in some shots, I'm sure it's probably not, like, I think Far Cry 5 was one of them. I was looking at like the differences between like low, medium, and high. And it's like, I had to like stop and stare at it to see the difference between like medium and high. I think for one of them, I couldn't even tell the difference. And then for another one of them, it was just a screenshot. So maybe it's more obvious than motion. Like, I couldn't even tell that one was objectively better. It's just more like the shadows were like slightly different in one than the other. It's just like, well, if I stop and look at it, I can see the difference, but it's like I'm not a lighting expert. I don't. It's not screaming to me that this one's better than the others. So yeah, people are mentioning Minecraft and Quake. Yeah, like Quake 2, RTX. That's kind of a different situation because those are both games that have been retrofitted. They weren't released like that. So, yeah, you know, game like for ray tracers, yeah, obviously ray trace Minecraft and Quake 2 look dramatically different than the originals. But again, that's I'm talking about games where on release you have general options. What's the starkest difference, you know? Yeah, that's sort of a different scenario because that's kind of like the well, actually, I guess maybe I'm trying to blank. I'm not sure if there's been games where there probably have been. I'm just not thinking of them where it's just the rendering that's improved, and it's not like new textures or anything like that, just from the original, and then that makes a substantial difference. I mean, maybe it's like some Doom mods or well, Brutal Doom. No, that's not really the lighting that makes Brutal Doom. It's the add-ons. No, somebody got their security guard license. Yeah, so you'll so it's going to be just like the opposite of Uncanny Valley is what you're in for. So, all right, so I should keep moving on. What would be your ultimate post-apocalyptic role-play game, and what kind of world would it be set in? I guess for me personally, I'd like, well, I guess contemporary world. I'd like that kind of slow burn, apocalyptic kind of meltdown. Except I would like it to kind of take a mind-bending twist toward as you got deeper and deeper into it. So first half of the game, it's just a good kind of collapse game. But then after that, it just goes to insane places. Like then you bring out Cthulhu or just some other dimensional force or something like that. So again, Fahrenheit or Indigo Prophecy, I liked a lot of what they were doing. However, I felt like it kind of stumbled in the bottom half of it. So yeah, no, it was certainly worth a try again thing. I am aware the final station has a DLC. It's fun. Feels like an expansion pack. I've played through it. Yeah. I haven't played through Black Mesa Zen, but from what I saw the trailer, the levels look like they gave it their all. They look like they're well thought out. Somebody's asking about the levels of that. You do a game dungeon on They Hunger. Possibly. You know what? They Hunger sort of ruined a little bit of Half-Life 2 for me because you get to Ravenholm, it's like, oh, I've already seen this. And it was scarier in They Hunger. So, I mean, well, for me anyway, I guess that's debatable. But like, Ravenholm didn't feel that fresh to me. So, it's because I had played They Hunger. So, yeah, let's see. So he's asking about an interview. Sure, I can do that for a documentary thing. Okay, I should keep moving on. What are your thoughts on Data from Star Trek? He's mentioned I didn't like the Borg becoming emotional. Did you like or dislike Data's emotional arc? Yeah, I realized in that video, I forgot to say, I didn't just like them becoming emotional. I just liked how they had a Borg queen. The Borg are scarier if they're not centralized. It's just this entity. It's just a collective consciousness. That's more alien. Whereas a queen that just acts like a normal person, just act like some normal villain, that's not as scary. We know that. We've seen that a million times. Whereas the Borg in their original envisioning were just more alien, and that's scarier, and they're dangerous, and they're one of the biggest threats in the Star Trek world. So, I mean, that's great villain. You know, it adapts to what you do. It learns off of what you do. It's relentless. It does. It's cold and calculated, you know. But yeah, Data. I mean, Data's it's a pretty great character. You know, it's a lot of humor potential. It's yeah, adding emotions to him. It's like, well, I guess the thing about adding emotions to Data is, I mean, they're trying not to, but it sort of brushes up against the fourth wall a bit because, okay, you know, if Brent Spiner's always acting like an android, then it's like, oh, you sort of start thinking like, oh, it's an android. It's like you start getting more immersed in it and think of it as a character. Whereas if he's showing all these emotions, then you're kind of getting reminded, oh, that's right, it's an actor. Yeah, okay. So it pulls me out of it a little bit, but I don't have strong feelings on it one way or another. But, well, I guess my favorite aspect of that is, I guess it was in First Contact, where, you know, he's starting to get freaked out and scared by the Borg. And then he suggests he should turn off his emotional chip. It's like, okay. And then he twitches. Like, thank you, Captain. Like, and then, yeah, I think there was a look on Riker's face like, yeah, be nice if we could do that. Like, yeah, I love that scene was great. So yeah, he just twitches, and then the emotions are turned off, you know. And so yeah, that scene was great. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting as a concept. But the thing is, Data is not an alien force from the deepest recesses of the galaxy. Data is not a terrifying threat to humanity. So him having emotions doesn't undercut like his strengths the same way that it did for the Borg, you know. So okay, let's see. Do you accept game suggestions? Yeah, people generally email me about that. To be honest, I'm just throwing them in a giant pile and I'll sift through it later. So, don't worry. Games people have suggested a lot will eventually get a game dungeon. Oh, yeah. Okay. Question about, I didn't see this one. Question about Fallout 76. They're thinking, oh, wow. They're saying the new Starfield and Elder Scrolls may have the same engine. That's not good. Do you think that the future games should be given a pass when they come out because of their history of releasing buggy games, or should we grab our bigger fake choice because they didn't learn their lesson with Fallout 76? This is one area where I'm totally fine with voting with your wallet. I think that 100% doesn't work for a lot of real important things. Whether the game should be, people should demand, like, you're not satisfied with this game or you don't like what they're doing, that is exactly the place to do it. Because either you decide, like, you still like it enough with its flaws that you'll check it out. Like, hey, I'm there with The Division. Like, if The Division was put on sale for $2, I'd really be thinking about it. Because I think, if it was put there for $2, if The Division went down to $3 and I just knew Ubisoft wasn't going to release it for free to own at some point in the future, then I'd buy it. So it's only because they've tricked me twice. I didn't think the Crew was going to go free at some point. I didn't think Steep was going to go free at some point. So that's me voting with my wallet. no way I'm gonna pay $60 for that game. I mean, I'm sure they put a ton of effort into it, but I mean, I've heard the story's kind of so-so. I heard it has bullet sponges. The gameplay's not blowing me away, you know. So it's like, yeah, but for $3, sure, I'll consider it in that range. I mean, of course, I'm a cheapskate, so my threshold is gonna be a lot lower than other people's. But yeah, I mean, just hold off. I guess, unfortunately, gamers are kind of collectively are kind of a captive audience where it tends to have to be spectacularly bad before they stop buying it. Like, well, here, well, I guess you can check what are the numbers for how did Anthem, Metal Gear, was it Survive? Was that the name of it? I'm drawing a blank now. The one where they go, the one where they charge you. See, sometimes people, see, this can happen too. Sometimes games are panned left and right, but then they have good sales. So it's like, well, guess what? You reinforced it. So whereas Fallout 76 actually I think had some pain, from my understanding. It was like that went down like half price within weeks, and like that's fast. I think the fastest I had ever seen a game go down half price, like a mainstream AAA game, was there. I think, what was it, Wolfenstein: The New Order? If you grabbed it, I think that was more just the timing. If you grabbed it during the sale, I didn't get that. I went till it was way cheaper, but it went down to like half price, like $30 after like a month after it being released. That is fast, though. That's a good game too. That's what I'm saying. I think that's just the timing. Wolfenstein: The New Order is solid game. So, whereas Fallout 76, no, I get the feeling they had some financial pain on that one. So they got the mess. Although it's weird. They're kind of moving forward as though that never happened. Like, I keep hearing stories about like long-term plans for it, and then just more crippling bugs or leaks. I mean, data leaks, you know, or breaches, that sort of thing. So, no, as for grabbing your pitchforks, I mean, look, these are games, you know. Listen, the time to hold off on your pitchforks is if the game is completely free. Like, it's a small studio releasing it, or just an indie developer. They just want you to play their game. Like, okay, maybe there's some problems. You don't have to rake them over the coals. You know, you can point. It doesn't mean you shouldn't point out their flaws, but you don't. They're asking money for this. You're paying for it, or you know, like, send them the message about what kind of game you do want to pay for. You know. Hey, I walk the walk as far as not. Well, again, it has more to do with me just being a complete cheapskate and just being spoiled for choice now, because there's just so many games, so many promising games. But hey, I never buy this stuff new. I mean, it's, and even then, like what? Okay, even within my complete cheapskate spectrum. Like, okay, I bought Vermintide 2, I think it was like for $750. Okay, so that's sort of my new upper end now, because I had some faith that was going to be like a decent production, and like I keep getting close to buying Trackmania Lagoon and Control and Dead Rising, because those are like, those are probably decent games, but I don't know, are they going to come a little closer? I'm thinking about it. If the Division was $10 or $750, no, I'm probably still gonna wait. I mean, it's because I'm not as interested in that. So the point now, my $750 or $10 is somebody else's $60. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people. I'm lucky in that I have a copy. That was gifted it for Cyberpunk 2077. I'd say that's probably in your pay the full price territory. Pay your full price threshold. Like, in other words, whatever the upper end of what you pay for games, that's probably almost certainly going to be there. But, you know, for Other games, so say for somebody else, them wanting to experiment with a game is $10. Well, then they should wait until that game goes down to $10 for it to experiment with. For games where they're like, I don't know, it might be all right, but not, I'm not dying for it. So absolutely exercise that more, you know? But there's no, listen, they're asking for your money, so you should feel free to complain about anything. Say, no, I'm not going to buy it. Or I guess reviewers need to, but not everybody is a reviewer, but well, most people I think aren't reviewers. So I don't know. I mean, well, hey, you know what? You in your review say I bought this because that's the only way I could find out. Don't buy it. It's terrible. Look at all this stuff. Look at all these problems. If I can dissuade you from buying the game, then me paying for it will have saved. Will actually come out ahead, because even though I gave them my money at full price, if I can stop 100 of you of not buying this game, then it was worth it. Like really drive in like the mechanics, like the economics of it. So, oh, nice quote in the chat. We probably have rights, Homer Simpson. Yeah. So it's no, that's one area where vote with your wallet applies 100%, because. And I think we're at the point now where you can express why you didn't want to buy it. See, before there kind of used to be no outlet for that sort of thing, but I think it's better with that. Okay, so yeah, man, I'm going on way too long. All right, so checking stuff real quick. Have you ever considered getting a higher refresh rate display besides their price? Yeah, if it's I wouldn't mind going above 60 for some, although it cuts both ways, because then if the game's capped to 60, then I might have been used to higher than that frame rate a little more, and that might bug me. So I don't know. Yeah, at the time, I think I mentioned before, I would have had to, when I was ready to buy a new monitor, the one with the same specs as this one, with that was at a higher frame rate, IPS, great color, fast enough response time for gaming. It was about $400 more to have it with high frame rate and the frame syncing option. So I just decided, I'm just gonna save money and just use VSync and try to hit 60 frames with my frame rate and get frame syncing that way. So. Oh, that's a great question. It's too bad this only got. Oh yeah, this is a recent one. Well, hey, I posted this a week ago, guys. About maybe a little less. This is, if you were granted a gap year to do anything you'd like but cannot use your computer or internet, how would you spend it? Well, for sure, I'd watch a ton of movies, but let's say movies aren't a part of the equation either. That would be worse now with everybody being in lockdown or limited lockdown. Prior to the lockdown, I'd want to like go to amusement parks, do mini golf, skiing if it is good. Oh, I want to go to that alpine slide thing off in the Alps thing. Yeah, go on rides. Let's see, what are some other things? Maybe I could do like some places like will have like obstacle courses out in the middle of the woods. That could be where you climb up nets, that sort of thing, or go along this kind of boardwalk. Probably do a lot of hiking. Well, again, I don't know if this would be allowed under the rules, but for sure I'd want to catch up on music. But maybe I need a computer to, maybe, using an electronic device for music count. Well, catch up on reading for sure. Let's see. Trying to think of other things. Well, I could have a meetup with the fans finally. Like, multiple meetups, Let's see, but some of these are like pre-lockdown era. Yeah, if that reinfection thing is true, until we have a vaccine, that's it. Get used to however life is now, or a much more toned down version of life before, because you're just not going to have the same sort of social activities as you did previously. Or greetings. Yeah, Yeah, I guess try to tour a lot of places I'm interested in. Of course, theme amusement parks don't really get old with me. So, moving cursor. Let's see. 144 hertz is like realer than real life. Yeah, it kind of does give that feeling, doesn't it? I've heard it's because it has something to do with like how the motion blur it has less than it actually would in reality, and it's tricky to sync all that up. So yeah, after a point, it does feel like I've called it hyper real, where it's like, yeah, this isn't. It's very rare I'd see anything like this in reality, but it's obviously an extremely high frame rate. So I'd probably be even fine at like 80 or 90. But again, I don't feel like I'm hurting from 60 that much. I can see the difference for sure. And I guess a few games I might want it for, though I'm not like heavy duty competitive gamer either. So I don't care. I don't care if I have input lag as long as I don't notice it. So like if because like in the old days with monitors you can you would see trails or blur, and yeah, I mean I held off on switching from a CRT to a flat panel a long time, probably more than most people. Like I want to see, okay, it might have been 2009 actually. Maybe, certainly not before 2007. The thing is, before I could probably figure it out. The thing is, I was holding out for IPS, and for a long time, IPS monitors were not only expensive, but they weren't good for gaming. Like you would see a lot of trails. So all the flat panels were TN monitors, and that how the color and the brightness shift if you like move position. That just drove me crazy. Like it just like the thought of using that would just drive me insane. Like just seeing it shift slightly all the time. Whereas see, I'm kind of moving around on IPS. The picture doesn't really change. So I wanted IPS that was good enough for gaming. I think the first one was that I was aware of was it was a 24 inch. Yeah, I think it was a 24-inch monitor. It was by Dell. I think it was like no, it might have been a 22 inch. Jeez. Yeah, it was a 22 inch. Dell 2209WA or something. Actually, it's what my wife is using now. I've offered to buy her a newer one, but originally she was waiting until she wanted a bigger desk for a newer one. And then we weren't going to get a bigger desk until we moved. And then we moved, and now, in her words, it's box apocalypse. So maybe once the box apocalypse is ended, we'll get a little bit larger one. Because that one's not even 1080. It's, was it 1680 by 1050? I think it's a 16 by 10 one. But yeah, it was IPS, and so it had all the good stuff about IPS and fast enough for gaming. So yeah, okay, yeah, I got way off track, and I was just okay. God, there's a lot of questions. Oh wow, there's a lot of questions. Okay, I really have to. I'm really gonna get discriminatory here. I've only played like the first 20 minutes of Omicron the Nomad Soul. That looks like another one I might do a play. I might just watch a playthrough of. I don't know. The gameplay was cryptic for me. Oh wow, a lot about the virus. Okay, but see, they posted 6 hours ago. Man, look, you don't have to be the first post or anything. Just that's why I put this up a week ahead of time, so there's like a chance for people to like put their question. But it sounds like I answered a lot of what he was talking about earlier, so that's good. Yeah, he's talking about the parallels to the original Deus Ex. Yeah. Oh, hey, another thing I can mention. Somebody has already done this, and I need to follow, send them a reply. If you if you want to make predictions about what's the world going to look like in the future, like a year, 10 years, 20 years, feel free to send me stuff. You can explain your reasoning. I like future prediction stuff because we are certain at this point. I have well, okay. I should keep going. I'll talk about this a little bit more in the follow-up episode. But well, I feel bad for this guy. Somebody they gave him a bunch of negative points because he liked Deus Ex Invisible War because he came to it from after playing Halo. So it kind of blew his mind compared to Halo. Well, hey, that you know what? I think I recognize that. That was one of my awards. Good game in a bubble. You know, he was in that bubble, so it was a great game for him. So. Oh, this is a decent question. What kind of games do you like to do you play every day? Do you always investigate new games? Are there a few that you play regularly? Also, are there any AAA games you got hold special? Or are they all overpriced? Well, it's I'll skip the last one, but the look just over the past, I would sometimes like I'm replaying games less and less. If I'm replaying, I almost look at replaying a game as like a squandered opportunity in the sense that why don't I wait until this is fuzzy in my memory? Like, oh, I'll wait 10 years, then I'll replay it. Then I'll like, oh yeah, I didn't remember that part. Oh, I didn't remember that either. Or whereas if there's so many promising games now, I'm trying to just go through them. I mean, or go through them to the point where I'm satisfied. I'm either not going to like this or else the game intrigues me, but I'm not really enjoying the gameplay, in which case that goes on the watch a playthrough list. So if I'm liking the gameplay and like having it, then I'll play through it. But the story, but if I'm only liking the story and not really liking any or the atmosphere and not just liking the game, but yeah, it's just there's so many options. I'd rather have all these different experiences. I think in the past I used to play kind of more of the same ones more, but now it's just like there's just this wide open world of promising games that it's just I'm kind of enjoying going through it. That said, it does kind of suck when you get ones that aren't that great like in a row, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like okay, this still. Then I might. Well, usually what I do then is then I kind of go more towards a safer option where this is a game that's getting a lot of praise from people. So Omicron is what killed David Bowie. Oh well. Okay, so maybe a lot of this was the. Well, I'll try to. Well, I think my Invisible War review is fair for the guy. This guy wrote an essay on it, man. Yeah, well, maybe I'll have to look that over before I do the follow up. See what he says, but I recognized, good game in a bubble. It's if it wasn't a sequel, my view on it would be a lot different. And same for Human Revolution. If it wasn't a prequel, I would have been kinder. So, yeah, I saw this one, even though I had -1 points. Well, that was a good question. Okay, I guess we're going to overtime. Well, hey, you know what? It's the pandemic. I can go into overtime. Yeah, and let me know in the comments. I'll just kind of browse through and see if there's sort of any sort of consensus what you want to see more of. Just we want to see more videos, Ross. So just get back to work making the videos, or if they just want to see more talks like this, or like appearances on podcasts or stuff like that, or game sessions, that sort of thing. But yeah, they're asking how this has kind of halted the film and television industries, which could be damaging for the foreseeable future. With unstoppable loss of profits. If you were in charge of such an industry, how would you act in such a scenario? Okay, well, this is divorced from my earlier answer where we've got to scale down or use less resources in some way. Just for entertainment, like what I would do right now, is I can think of two obvious ways you could keep working on this. One are animated films with a lower budget, because you can do almost all aspects of that remotely. Because you just need the voice actors, you can have them in a booth, you never even have to come in contact with them, and then you can do all the rendering and the modeling and animation remotely, obviously. But that said, you got to keep your budget within control, because you're probably not going to have the same kind of profits that you had with the normal theater distribution system. Though maybe not. I mean, maybe since everybody's at home, they're like, oh great, an animated movie, let's watch it. But, and I was thinking, the perfect sort of movie that, you know what, not knowing their workflow, but South Park is an example of a movie, that's an example of a movie that, you know what, they could probably get a sequel out in this kind of environment. Because I bet South Park knows, I bet if they need to, they could keep their budget under a certain level, Like they don't have to bring out all this Avatar level rendering of the entire jungle. And I think South Park could pull it off, or stuff like that. And so animated movies, if you can keep the budget low, I think you can still get the green flag for them. Obviously, you have to do some workarounds. But yeah, I'll get to user questions in a minute. I mean, live questions. And the other one I thought of was these would still have to be restrained budget, but once we have better testing, or maybe we have it now if you have enough money for it, you basically go test your entire crew before you leave somewhere, then go to a remote location and just shoot the entire movie, like all in one go, like maybe a couple weeks or something. Because then everybody's been tested, so nobody's going to contract it. And as long as you don't leave the remote area, you should be okay for the entire shoot. So what you need to do, but you would have to provide more entertainment for the crew and the actors and everything, So maybe bring along some movies, probably have to bring a lot of alcohol, some games, stuff like that. Because or just get a crew that's kind of on board with the idea, Because I was thinking, if you look at a movie like, let's say like something like Friday the 13th, the entire movie is just some campgrounds out in the woods. Well, if you can make sure everybody is tested, like just before you get on the bus, and make sure the bus driver's been tested too, and just everything's been wiped out, like basically create a sterile environment and make sure nobody's gonna spread this, then you're good to go. You just need to go out in the middle of nowhere. Plenty of movie ideas you can make like that. I've seen all kinds of movies like that. And you shoot the whole thing, and then once it's shot, editing it isn't something you can do that remotely, on a computer, and that's you can keep making movies that way, I think. But I mean, it does involve more precautions, and you got to make sure you don't. It'd have to be probably on private property or property where there's some enforcement that like nobody's going to wander onto there. But yeah, I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, obviously you can't do a new James Bond movie or anything like that, but again, I've seen a lot of cool movies like that. In fact, yeah, there was one, I forgot the name of it. It is, I just totally forgot the name of it. It was about this guy, I'm sure the chat will know. It's about this guy who, he goes to a cabin and he ends up tricking his friend and handcuffing him because his friend is a heroin addict, and he's gonna like make sure he gets detoxed. And it's like, he's gonna like make sure he's clean for a week. And as it's happening, like this sort of mystery starts emerging, and then like these other mysteries start emerging, and it gets a little more resolution. That might be it. It's a name sort of like that. I think they did a sequel too. Well, anyway, it was a cool movie. I enjoyed it. And like, that's a movie you could keep a low budget, and if you had all your crew in one place, yeah, you could do some. I think there was like one shot or something where he's at a store. It's like, okay, well, maybe you do that shot first. Make sure like it's like 6 a.m, nobody's around, no human contact at all. You know. Okay, somebody's saying Tropic Thunder had the scenes back at well, actually, no, yeah, it's true. Maybe Tropic Thunder. I was gonna say you had the boardroom scenes with Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder, but you could bring your set. You could, yeah, if it's a movie you can have on set that the set isn't so expensive you can't bring it out to the middle of nowhere, have it just in some warehouse, then yeah, that works too. Or green screening, you know. So yeah, you could make, yeah, somebody's like Evil Dead remake. Actually, I think the original Evil Dead was kind of like that. Oh, anyway. So yeah, all kinds of horror movies you could do, but I've seen another science fiction movie. Okay, here's another one. Another science fiction movie, it must have been real low budget, where these people are in their apartment, like most of the movie, and they set up, they discover this guy's apartment, I think, and he's been building this machine, and apparently it can take a snapshot of the future like once a day. And then that starts impacting their lives. Well, somebody's saying The Cube. See, The Cube, maybe, because there's a fair amount of production value in The Cube. I mean, maybe you can do that in a budget, maybe you can't. See, the thing is, the more elaborate the effects, the more of a crew that takes. So, but yeah, it's taking a snapshot of the future, or like across the room, like once a day, and then the movie starts unfolding based on that. It was pretty cool. It was science fiction. Again, another science. Yeah, a lot of science fiction stuff. Time Crimes is another one that, from what I remember, it's just kind of out in the middle of nowhere, just out in the forest. It's a cool kind of mind bender sci-fi movie. It's kind of low, but there was another one where these people are going to a dinner party. It had well, I'm not sure people guessed the name of that one I was talking about with the snapshot. Yeah, I forgot the titles. Okay. So The Invitation is the one I'm thinking of now about the dinner party. I'm pretty sure that's the title of it, where we have like sort of this weird quantum reality crossover thing going on, and that was. I think I saw another one where it ended. I think there was another movie like that where it ended up being like this secret kind of cult thing going on with the dinner party. No, not Donnie Darko. Time Lapse might have been it. I have to look up the titles. Okay, maybe I can. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll be lazy and let somebody on YouTube list the titles of what I probably am thinking of, then people can upvote that. But yeah, lots of horror movies, lots of science fiction. I'm sure you could do drama stuff. Wasn't my kind of movie, and you could argue it is horror, but the movie Antichrist was definitely like that. Not my kind of movie. Way too artsy and just trying to like shock the viewer kind of thing. But you can do a lot of low budget movies like out in the middle of nowhere. Well, hey, it's horror. I think they did go into town from what I remember, but The Thing, one of my all-time favorite movies, that's just out in a remote area the whole time. I mean, I think the crew went into town and, went to the bars and stuff, but yeah, you're going to have to bring your own bar for your crew, almost certainly. And bring lots of games and stuff to watch, stuff to do, and then bring a crew that can handle the isolation, being around other people. But I mean, being just around people that are there. I saw a TV show that was I liked it. It was like a cross between Lost and the show Survivor. It starts out more like Survivor, but then it just gets more like more Siberia. That was the name of it, Siberia. I enjoyed it. And that's another movie where very gripping. Like it starts off like just sort of a dumb reality show, but then it's becoming obvious. Like, wait, something's off here. Something's gone wrong. Unfortunately, that's one of those where it got canceled too early. But I liked it. I watched it after the fact. So yeah, you can absolutely keep movies going like that if you're careful. Just got to make sure your crew doesn't have the virus, and then isolate them, and then make the movie or shoot the movie. You can anybody can edit it afterwards, but yeah, somebody else likes Siberia too. So yeah, you can get mystery. I'm sure you could do a comedy with low resources. Yeah. So yeah, you can't. We're not gonna have big epic adventures, but you can do a lot. And hey, you know what? That can bring out creativity in a lot of directors too, or writers. Oh, I lost the question. Okay, browse through more questions. Okay, I'm almost at the end. Okay, I'm at the end here. I'll just browse through these. If you want to ask me some live questions, do 3 equal signs in front of your question. I'll get to some of them for sure. Yeah, somebody's asking about Doom Eternal. Thematically, you know what? I'm undecided. I might actually... Okay, you know how I mentioned before how for Game Dungeon, I either like to get something off the beaten path, or if I'm covering a game where I have things to say about it where almost nobody else is, then I might do it. I may cover Doom 2016 for a Game Dungeon. I don't know. It's not as... It's a game I have mixed feelings about for sure. Like, it's not even as simple as mixed feelings. It's like there's something I don't like or I do like, but then that so leads to another train of thought that I'm thinking it almost might work. So, and that would kind of pave the way for how I feel about Doom 2016. So thematically, I like a lot. The easy version is thematically, I like a lot of it from what I've seen, but I'm not a fan of the restricted ammo or glory kills. I mean, well, I'm totally fine with optional glory kills. So if you, and hey, maybe that's I saw some posts saying, like, if you play on harder difficulties for Doom 2016, they don't use the glory kills. Is that true? Like, I mean, as in not one. Like, I mean, I don't hate them, but I guess what it is, I don't like feeling forced to do a glory kill. Like, if I want to do a glory kill, it's because I'm feeling it, you know? That's what it comes down to. I don't want to feel like, oh, I get more upgrades if I do this, so I should do this. No, I want to be in the moment. That's why I do a glory kill. So don't... Yeah, that's exactly what it's about. Like, I'm not against them, but I gotta be feeling it, you know? Okay. Like, the game brought it out of me. So. Okay, so I'm answering live questions now. And see, it's already way past on the live chat, so you can see, this is why I have IRC hooked up here. Where are you at mailbox date-wise, provided you still didn't give up trying to catch up? I have not given up. Okay, it's complete truth. It's like I fired a shotgun at time. I just jump around. And so I'm literally years behind on some of them. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll try. I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm going to get ahead of this, but it's just... It gets bad. If you're dying to like get a reply from it, you can send me another message to sort of bump yourself up. And then if I realize like, oh shoot, I should have replied to this, or like, oh, you made a really interesting email, I haven't replied to you, I'll feel bad about that. But if your email is like, Ross, have you played Doom 2016? Then you might still not get a reply. So I have to kind of play triage. But if you wrote me a long email, I absolutely, and like, a lot of thoughts, I absolutely want to give you a good reply. So feel free to just give it a bump if you want. Or if it was something time sensitive, I dropped the ball on, absolutely give a bump. And then everything, or just you brought up great points and real questions that you had like an interesting topics, then sure, give that bump. Everything else, I'm just gonna kind of weigh it and decide like, do I want to answer this now, or like, I should work on this, and like, sorry, email has been a victim, but I really do want to reply to more people. So yeah, you sometimes will get emails from me like 2 years ago. There was a bunch I wanted to reply from for New Beginnings. So got a lot of emails from that one. So it's me drowning in my ambition a bit, but it's still burning. I really do want to respond to people. I appreciate the emails you do send. Well, a lot of them. So a few emails, it would be a problem if I didn't get them, but that's the minority. You know, if you went out of your way to email me, I probably do want to see what you have to tell me. Do you have any consoles? Not currently. I used to have a Game Boy, but it's like PC just sort of swallowed up everything, and then I got used to what was on. There's great games on like every platform, but it's like PC lets me do more. I can, you know what? People were talking about the best controller. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, I got a new one that was ordered. The people will scoff at it, I'm sure. I was so lucky. I got to try out controllers in a store before the pandemic hit to see what they felt like. This one had the best feel for the criteria I wanted. It's a Trust brand, which is normally cheap, GXT something. It has a good feel for. I realize now it could have been better if it was like bent outward a little bit, but it has the sort of PlayStation style layout as opposed to the Xbox one where they swap it. It handles Xbox input. The light on this thing is so bright I taped over it, so I didn't like that on it, but it's working for now. We'll see though. Trust is not known for being a premium brand thing, because I thought I'd get a replacement for that for the Logitech Dual Action, but when I tried it in the store, the trigger buttons were really stiff. So I was thinking, yeah, it doesn't feel as nice. So in Trusts, I trust, I guess, for now. But yeah, I wanted one like that. I didn't really want a wireless one. And yeah, so I wanted a wired one with this kind of layout that felt nice. So the shape could be a little bit better, but yeah, so there's plenty of console games I want to play, but I'm not I don't know. I think I've been swallowed by the PC for most things. I mean, in order for me to want to go back to console, I either have to be out in the middle of nowhere doing some filth where that's what's there, so fine, I'll play it. Or else it would just have to have a level of options that just, it wouldn't even be like a console then. But yeah, plenty of great console games. Don't think for a second I'm putting down console games or console players. Because, I mean, hey, console is simpler, it's easier, you know? For price-wise, I think console's cheaper in the short term. And the most immediate term. For long term, I think you don't have a prayer against the PC for more economical. But short term, yeah, it can come out ahead. Like for the hardware, for sure. But for the hardware equivalent speed, for sure. Because you can actually go cheaper than a console on PC too, but it's not going to be as powerful. But because they get a big break doing that. No price, but yeah, I'm probably stuck on PC for the foreseeable future. Okay, reminding about the huge GOG Square Enix sale. Oh yeah, Mankind Divided is real cheap on GOG. Hey, maybe it doesn't have that bug that I have. I have the Steam version, but yeah, that's sort of my trade-off for getting free games every now and then from GOG is I just plug them when convenient, basically. I don't get any money from them, so. They don't get first-rate advertising, and I don't get first-rate payment, so it works out that way. But yeah, I'll plug GOG when I can. Like, what are your thoughts about companies? Oh wait, did I skip one? Yeah, I skipped one. Sorry. Oh, normal machinima. Oh yeah, I got sidetracked in the VR question. Yeah, for VR and machinima. It for sure can happen, but the thing is, unless it might be able to do more for like a more accessible motion control from the controllers. But the thing is, if you're watching VR machinimas, machinima is already kind of a niche market. That's a niche within inside another niche. And hey, for everybody thinking upset, I'm not saying niche. The dictionary says both pronunciations are valid. Pronunciation. But I never know which one to pick. So I think there's not going to be a ton of people watching that. So for the foreseeable future, unless it gets a lot more accessible, we're probably going to want to see machinima still using normal film, 2D format. So I'm not too optimistic on that. But I mean, I could be wrong, but if you're asking me to guess, that's where I think it's going. Again, VR, I think it's going to be niche, but a devoted niche. It's going to survive. So I'm as much as anything else does, because I feel like a lot of things are on the table once we get into the long term. Seeing how amazing we're handling the pandemic as a society. So, I mean, obviously VR is not going to be making it if it's competing with canned food or something like that. What are your thoughts about companies killing innovative tech by buying out the competitors, creative killing A3D or NVIDIA physics, and thus halt progress by holding the patents hostage? That sucks. I hate that. Yeah, that's the business. I mean, it does kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it almost makes you kind of feel like if you have, unless you invented it. Well, no, it goes back to the deeper question of copyright. Because I was gonna say, even if you invented it, you're kind of I think the original goal of copyright was to have a system to kind of let a new idea or technology get off the ground. Kind of give a protection for the initial stages. So you weren't seeing a counterfeit of it like the next day or next week that just robs out the original creator. Whereas the longer it goes on, I mean, put it like this. Like I'm even cool with if people want to make their own civil protection videos if they give me credit. I feel like, I mean, and even civil protection itself, I'm copying something out of Half-Life. So I kind of feel like, I'm fine with there being competition with like you not owning the idea so much as like your script or your instance of that. So, I mean, in my eyes, I would be fine. But I also understand like wanting like, okay, like a grace period to go off the ground. Like let's say 10 years or something like that. So, I mean, not for me because I don't care for the most part, but let's say something like Star Wars. Okay, so for the first 10 years of Star Wars, I mean, again, it's insane to be talking like this in modern age, but if, I think it's kind of wacky where we've gone on copyright. For the first 10 years of Star Wars, only Lucasfilm can produce it. After that, other people can make Star Wars films. But you know what? LucasArts, or Lucasfilm, they probably would want to keep it going, or else you're gonna want those actors who are in the Lucasfilm. Maybe you can't arrange to get Mark Hamill or Harrison Ford, So they still have an advantage. And who do you think? What do you think is going to get more? I mean, I guess they sort of stopped after a long time after Return of the Jedi, but let's say they didn't. They made another one. What do you think would get more views? Just another company making another new Star Wars movies where they don't get the actors or they don't have the same kind of production value or writers or something, or the new one from LucasArts with all the same cast and everything. I mean, people are going to want to see the original. And if the original can't compete with the others, then they kind of get what's coming, I think. But at the same time, nobody's shut out from making like the new Star Wars films. Like everybody knows like which one they think is where the canon stuff starts, I'm just picking Star Wars as a giant example. But I don't see why other stuff couldn't have that model. Now, an exception would be I mean, I think this would even be rarer exception where, like, okay, let's say it's a smaller person, like a book writer, and you know what? They've made like a semi-popular book that's like it's keeping them afloat, but they're gonna need those royalties to keep coming in, and uh, they're going to have to keep writing new books to keep making it. But then somebody else comes along and they make something else, and they're a little more successful of it, and that takes away readers. And then the person who created the original like story series, like they're having trouble keeping the lights on. But then there's going to be so many jobs that sort of thing applies to. Where hey, like right now, what's the employment? I haven't even checked lately. Like the last one I saw was like 26 million in the U.S. That's you know what? This is a bigger problem than that writer not being able to bring in the bucks. Everybody needs to be able to kind of get by in one way or another. So, I mean, I don't see the problem. Maybe there's a weird scenario or exceptional circumstance scenario where, okay, maybe there could be special exceptions, but I don't see the problem with like giving the creators a head start. And then after that, the copyright expires. The creators can keep making more of it. You know, it's not like they're barred or lose the rights to it. It's just the rights become more open, you know? So, okay. Sorry, my text was kind of tiny. I couldn't see what people were saying in the chat. Yeah, yeah, don't be Edison. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, some people are saying Star Wars would be better off. And Zabeus, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but I'm never going to forget your name because you're the one, Zabeus is the one that said something along the lines of, you know, we're going to be colonizing Mars and other planets like soon, like within our lifetimes, it's going to be to the point where we're not even going to have to worry about additional population. Something along those lines. It's preserved in the video chat history. So I disagree, but you stood out to me because you said that. Oh, he says, uh-oh. To be fair, he said this before the pandemic. But I feel like, well, I'm going to repeat this in a future video, probably follow up. Where we're going with the pandemic is where I think we were headed anyway. Yeah, don't say it's preserved. No, it's preserved. It's preserved as much as people want to download the YouTube video. So, no, I guess this was it. Okay, obviously I did not predict the virus. I mean, that's one of those things that it can happen soon. It may not happen in your lifetime, a pandemic like this. Same thing for a meteor or major earthquake. You know, it's kind of a wild card. But other things that, no, they're going to happen. It's just like, it's like pressure building. Like, you know, and I feel like everything else that isn't specifically the virus, you know, as far as like the stay-at-home stuff, the quarantining, the medical difficulties, everything else that's going to come from this, I think it was going to happen anyway. It's just, it would have been a different trigger. And hey, maybe it might have happened a year later or 2 years later. That's what I feel like. So, okay, some more questions here. How would you feel about taking a political compass test and seeing what the results would be? Okay, maybe. But the question is, see, this goes back to that question. Are there political... See, there's two things. There's one, does the political test account for stuff I take most seriously? Like, again, I think we need sustainable... I think we need to have smart and sustainable use of resources. I've played plenty of games where poor resource management gets you killed, and that means we can't have economic growth. We got to start contracting. Is that even an option? Is that even one of the questions on the political spectrum test? Maybe some of them. Not many of them, because like here, well, like even in the USA, Republicans, Democrats, neither of them are for that. They're both for both the Republicans and Democrats are for economic growth. So I think that's gonna get us killed going on long enough. But it could take a long time to be sure, and it won't be all at once. So it's when I see somebody saying, "Look, I'm liberal anarchist," I mean, no, not necessarily. I mean, I'm fine. Look, on my desert island scenario, let's say one person is the leader. You do what he says, but he's a good leader. That would almost be like a monarchy situation. You know, like a good king or something. I'd be okay with that. That's not anarchist. But if he's making great decisions, or maybe I disagree with where he put the villages, where he put the huts, I would have had it over there. Well, so what? Everybody's getting fed. We can keep this going on. Fine. He's the leader, you know? And like pure anarchy doesn't really work in the long term. So no, I don't think I am an anarchist. But even then, it's a different spectrum, you know, where the anarchy thing versus the benevolent dictator or something, you know, or good king, because those are two pretty opposite extremes. Both of them have the ability to completely ignore this problem or to take it very seriously. It's totally a political issue, but it's not even on the spectrum of most political discourse. So, I mean, so the other thing of a political, first, it has to consider that, because, I mean, I've been mentioning that in so many ways on the video chats forever. Like, yeah, we need sustainable. It needs to be sustainable. We can't, I mentioned like the deer making themselves extinct. These are patterns that we see. And I mentioned that forever. So that has to be a major part of it. And the second part is, how much do you weigh different answers? Because there's some things I may lean a little bit one direction, but I don't really care. Whereas this other one's like 10,000 times more important. You know, like people being fed. Yeah, that weighs up so much higher than like what's a easier political topic. Let's say like, I'm trying to think of one that's not too charged and that is relatively light. Geez, I'm trying to think. I'm losing my mind here. I need to eat. Restroom kitties, okay. Or the flag. Yeah, okay, yeah, flag burning. Or like, oh, should the flag be a half-mast? Or like, whatever. Like, just pick one. Just say the rules. Well, yeah, that's an easy one. Or like, are you disrespecting the flag or not? Whatever. I mean, yeah, I kind of want to get away from the crazy extremists, like, if somebody thinks they should be put to death if they disrespect the crowd, okay, yeah, let's ratchet it in from there. You know, I don't think it's a capital punishment. We're obviously in scary territory if the rulers are thinking like that. But so whereas on a political spectrum test, that might be given equal weight to like how we should handle like economic growth or something like that, which might not even be there. So yeah, if there's one that really addresses, I mean, there's got to be a name for what I'm talking about. But it's like I'm like off the freaking chart radical in some areas, and other areas I'm like borderline neutral or my politics. So again, just go back to that island scenario. You tell me what I am. That's why I say utilitarian. Utilitarian, pretty fair. You know, because it considers like the most practical stuff. At least I think it does. You know, like, and it prioritizes things like people being able to eat, not get sick, not die over other issues. Like again, we'll go with the flag scenario. Even if you're a super patriot and the flag's super important to you, no, I really will come down on people being able to eat is more important than how the flag's presented. So. Okay, so more questions. But that's the reason I kind of get away from the political stuff. Plus, hey, whatever, wherever you are in politics, I'm a big fan of escapism. I'd rather be making the fun videos about games and stuff like that. So I want people to be able to come here and just know at least most videos. You're going to be able to just have like a good time watching it. You know, you don't, and you can take a break from anything too serious. So not all the videos are like that, but that's where I want to take things with the videos. You know, these video chats are fine. That doesn't really matter, but you know, a game dungeon or Freeman's Mind or some other cool like comedy stuff. So, you know, that's the other reason. I'm not trying to like, I don't want to cram this down people's throats. Not only do I not have power, I almost suspect everyone who watches me doesn't have enough power to collectively change this unless it was incredibly coordinated, and it wouldn't be. So I have not tried Bear Party Adventure. It's about being a Care Bear bunny hopping and shooting enemy Care Bears, trying to save your village neighbors from them. That could be cool. That's one of the console-only games I want to play, Naughty Bear. I heard it wasn't that great, but thematically that sounded like fun. That sounded pretty fun to me. So yeah, maybe I'll look into that. I did play on my list, what was it? Super Rude Bear or something? Super Rude Bear Resurrection. It was sort of a Super Meat Boy knockoff. It could have been better. It had a lot, thematically it had a lot going for it, but the gameplay was kind of run of the mill. What do you think about the Last of Us 2 leaks and how Naughty Dog has handled it? I wasn't even aware of it. I didn't have internet for about 2 weeks, or a week and a half, I guess. And then I guess I mostly follow PC game news as opposed to just general game news. And it's only like the biggest stuff that spilled up. So I wasn't even aware. I knew they were making Naughty Dog 2. I mean, I knew they were making Last of Us 2. So that's what I think about it. I'd still like to play the first one. That would be a great one if... In the past, I would have thought it never would have happened, but who knows? Maybe Sony decides to port that eventually. The original one. I know, Horizon Zero Dawn? I think that one's getting ported to PC. I wouldn't have thought that would have been the case, so... Great, keep them coming. Yeah. I don't care if they're a couple years late. I'm pretty cool with timed exclusives, actually. But knowing how outmatched the Rebels are against the Combine, given an actual choice of which side to join, would your Freeman become a collaborator? Well, Freeman really doesn't like authority. So, no, I don't think it would last. I mean, he could, but I don't think... I think I covered that like in the, thing. He didn't want to betray humanity, but if they're hooking him up to the torture machine, guess what? He's going to talk. It's like that. So, yeah, I see Freeman being... Freeman's pretty anti-authority. So... He would only last so long. It's not that he couldn't join, but I don't think he'd stay with it. And I'm not sure he'd have the patience for like long-term planning with it. We're having to, I don't think he'd have the discipline for keeping up a persona on it. Where you're like undercover. I haven't seen Half-Life VR, but the AI is self-aware yet. A lot of people have been recommending that. I guess I have to watch it sometime. But believe it or not, I've actually been wanting to do stuff that's not Half-Life related. But it's not that it's bad. It's just that I'm like at full saturation, like at all times with Half-Life. So. Was the Postal Dude an influence for how you're portraying Freeman? No. Well, not consciously. So it's possible, but I see the Postal Dude as being more in control, or There's probably subtle. I mean, I could have even ripped off one of the lines, in which case it would have been pretty obvious. But I guess one part of the postal dude that makes me think of it. Well, I mean, Freeman sort of nonchalantly handles the the combat scenes and shooting people. I see that a little bit more though, like it's like a coping mechanism and slash keeping this funny, because he can't treat it like 100% serious all the time, or else it just wouldn't be possible. But I was actually thinking of one. I don't know if I've done this in Freeman's Mind, but I certainly admire this in Postal 2, where most of the time he has like this calm, like overly calm demeanor. Like, oh, now the flowers will grow, and I was being like, hi, would you like to sign my petition? Come on, go ahead and sign my petition. And then he snaps, sign my petition or I'll follow you home and kill your dog. Like, I love how he just snaps into that. Like he's just keeping that, like, he's keeping it calm until he's not. So I love, I don't know how much I've done that in Freeman's Mind, but for sure that's something subconsciously knocking around there. I see Freeman as having that potential, just staying cool until, no, he's very not cool. So. So I do like that about Postal. Oh man, all right. Ross, do you have an opinion on people protesting the virus? I think this is like, our current system is broken and it's not getting fixed fast enough. So you're just gonna see this manifest itself in every which way. I mean, it's spillover, it's like a pot boiling over. So all kinds of things this is why I can't predict what's gonna happen, just that it's not going to be good, because all kinds of things could happen. It's like I mentioned in the Star Trek video. I cannot predict what Planet A's future is going to be. Just that it's certainly going to get stirred up, and there's probably going to be a bunch of people that die from it. So, I mean, it's a lot of different things, because say you lost your job, and they had the stimulus check payment, which, it's probably going to be a real long time before I get it, though. Yeah, I checked. Apparently, expatriate citizens are still eligible. So, though it might be going to my old address if I get a check, I'm not sure. Right now, I literally cannot change my address here because the offices are closed. And even if I got the check, I'm not even sure I can cash that bullet. So. But for most people, okay, the stimulus check buys them a little more time. Then what? Like, this is a crisis in the making. So I can understand why people are protesting it. So it's like you're weighing being out on the street or not having enough to eat against contracting the virus, which is a Russian roulette scenario. So, I mean, there's no... We're entering amoral territory, in my opinion, for the individual, because it's like, it's a broken system. So you're going to see who knows what. So, I mean, that's people protesting it. That's how it's kind of manifesting. This crisis is manifesting itself for them. I am stupid lucky I can keep working online. I mean, I still have to go out to get groceries. I try to take precautions, but a lot of people aren't lucky. 26 million people, probably more right now, are not lucky just in the US. And even then, I think that's just the ones that have applied for unemployment. That doesn't even cover everybody. So, geez, that's, I mean, like, how do you judge that? You gotta go. And I think our government, just as a whole, under the Constitution, it can certainly, we have a very flexible government. However, if you look at how the government has been run for just decades, I feel like it's not good at handling really radical stuff that needs to be done. So either it comes to terms with things and gets pretty radical, or it doesn't. If it doesn't, man, that's going to be bad. So, I mean, yeah, when you think, what do I think about that? I think it's just, it's chaos spilling over, man. I mean, okay, so I should keep going. Try to hopefully end this a little lighter. Or maybe somebody will want me on another podcast to talk about this. Will we ever achieve biological immortality? And do you think it'll cause more problems? Well, for the second one, yes. For the first one, I don't know. If I was going to bet, I'd say no. But I'm not a high-tech embryologist. Like, I've heard, like, I think they've extended the lifespans of things like fruit flies and mice. However, I think the way they were able to do it, like, it actually increased vulnerability to cancer, like, much more dramatically. Apparently, like, you're something about your cells, like, as they get older, they get toughened up a little more and they're a little more resistant. That's why, like, radiation and stuff is much more damaging to, like, children or babies. Or toxins, because they're still kind of forming and they don't have like the same levels of protection that like adult cells have. So yeah, well, all the more reason, well, if that happened though, all the more reason to get sane resource management in place and it gets sustainable, because you know, I actually wanted to make a civil protection episode that sort of touched on this, but maybe I'll get to it eventually. It would have been a simpler one. Oh yeah, the Dyatlov Pass case before. I have not seen the YouTube video on it before, although I did play Kolat. Kolat, it was kind of so-so. It would definitely be in the hazy territory for me, as far as my rating. Yeah. Can you confirm that your new apartment is actually an old Soviet bunker in Poland? Well, the elevator has a plaque that says 2002, so. But I mean, I guess it could be falsified. Yeah. Well, these walls, the walls leading to the outside feel pretty solid and concrete, and these are like all kind of drywall. Some of them sound really hollow, but. Are there any game mods, custom modes that you would like to see become their own genre, similar to MOBAs and Battle Royales have? Oh yeah, probably a bunch, but I'd have to think about it. Where's Daniel? Is he fired from being a mod? No. You'd have to really... You'd have to just kind of go psycho or be an incredibly obnoxious person for me to fire you, or reckless to the point of vulnerability. No. Last email I got from him was a couple weeks ago. He said he was feeling sick. He said it was not. Oh, I said it. Maybe. I might have lost the monetization there. He said it was not the virus though, but that was a few weeks ago. So I hope he gets better. What are your favorite type of management tycoon games? So there are more types in the genre you'd like to see. I like ones that kind of, I don't know, I'd have to think, but, well, off the top of my head, ones that have like a strong thematic thing going for it. Oh, okay, somebody's saying, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna have to edit this video anyway. I'll beep it out, you're right. Okay, thanks for reminding me. There's something I was gonna put in the chat, it was some link, I think, but I forgot what it was. Sorry, everyone. I forgot what I was going to put in the YouTube chat, YouTube description. But yeah, like probably the number one management one. Well, I don't know. One of them's management / strategy is the Total War Warhammer one. Where I want ones that have kind of a story to them and like this big fleshed out world. Like Frostpunk is an example of sort of thing I think I'd like. Probably the number one for me is was it Anno 2070, which I started playing. I got a couple levels in, but I need to go back and learn more, get my brain up to speed again on that, because it definitely has a learning curve. Where I like ones with kind of a cool environment and an interesting story playing out. So yeah, Warhammer, Total War Warhammer it's mostly strategy, but you do have that in between part that's more management. So is there a way to tell if you've received an email or it got caught in a spam filter? Uh, yeah, if I've received an email, I just do a search for the email address or keywords to it. For the spam filter, I have to I should check it within 30 days. And then I caught one or two in there. So but after 30 days it deletes it. But yeah, you can send a it's decent odds, I just haven't got around to replying yet. Are there any modifiers or mechanics that could turn you around on a game in a genre you hate? Is moved from normal JRPGs in favor of games that pivot harder into strategy games. I, I don't know. I'm getting confused how to answer it. So, or what scenario. So I'm going to skip ahead. How can I reignite my dating life after the pandemic? Ooh, that's tough. I hadn't even thought of that. Well, obviously you're going to be doing a lot of online stuff. I guess to give you some hope, I met Magda via email first, then we did Skype chat, and then I moved here. So maybe you get lucky. And you know what? It's going to make that sort of thing a lot more socially acceptable now. Whereas I wasn't worried about that too much. I just thought she seemed nice. Oh, wow. And I'm over half an hour behind on questions. Let's see. I haven't had consistent luck in lucid dreaming. I don't even remember any of my dreams lately. Most days I've just been exhausted. I moved a lot. Yeah, I probably doesn't look like it, but I put on some muscle actually this past month. I moved so much stuff. Let's see. Okay, repeat of other questions. There's something about the 2D machinima. Okay. We'll sooner colonize other planets and travel interplanetary before interplanetarily before Star Citizen will come out. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's just it's mismanaged because, well, yeah, I think the joke I said was, other games try to make the core game first, like these ongoing ones like Warframe or Path of Exile. They try to make the core game first and then just keep adding everything after that. Whereas Star Citizen's trying to add everything first and then release it. So, I mean, they really should just kind of buckle down, get the Squadron 42 made, and then add on all these extra features. Let people know they're buying into an ongoing development thing. Since when do gamers not like that, but I've heard they may have actually made the wrong choice with CryEngine. I don't know. But that's a rough spot to be in because you have all this development and then it's on the wrong engine, or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know which engine is best for modeling the universe. So, because Unreal and Unity are great, but once you get to the universe, they might be a little small for that. I don't know. I guess Elite Dangerous pulled it off, but I don't know what they use. Oh yeah, somebody's saying they've been hearing horror stories of employers using software to spy on their employees from time to time. Yeah, I heard of that. They hate this. Thoughts? Yeah, it's probably like the worst thing ever for you if you're really concerned about privacy. And see, that's the sort of, see, that's exactly an element that you would throw in like a future Deus Ex game. You know, just that, except you don't put that front and center. It's just part of that society. And so people sort of discover it and thinking, oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. Like having this complete surveillance. Yeah, this is probably a surveillance state enthusiast dream come true. I mean, for this, not good. I mean, I don't like that, but I think that's like lower priority than even some other problems. So, not low priority, just lower than, again, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you know, so that'd be like second tier. First tier is like, you know, food, shelter, clothing, air, you know, that sort of thing. So second tier is like security. So it's like, oh yeah, well, that kind of ties into that, you know, if you think, because, you know, what people don't want is 1984, you know, where, yeah, like I said the wrong word. Well, it's not even the wrong word. It's just the wrong word according to advertisers by YouTube, but by naming the virus. Oh, well, if you said the wrong word, you know, if you take that dystopian far enough, then the police can break in and just disappear you, you know. But I guess the good news on that is 1984 suggested a level of competence that we're not displaying. So, like, if you really want people like under your boot, you know, you have a plan for everything. You have things in place. You're not. That's not what I'm seeing, but. Okay, so yeah, that's the upside. I don't think we have the competence to head to a 1984 scenario. It's going to be different. I mean, in 1984 they even had the measure. They were even ready for insurgent movements, like to make, because they knew they would manifest. So they had like a direct path for them, and just they were just monitoring everything and just. They were going for like every aspect of society to keep it under control. I'm not seeing that. So, I mean, I'm seeing more in some areas with some enormous blind spots in others is what I'm seeing. So, yeah. Okay, checking more. Okay. What do you think it would be like to be alive for 1 billion years? It probably would be pretty rough because no indicator humanity's going to last that long. And even if it did, it'd be incredibly mutated. So you just be yourself on a planet, whatever is left, you know? Be bad. I mean, unless we really got our act together, made like a generational ship, and will robots replace humans? Well, in a lot of jobs they will. Not all of them, but enough. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. Do you know any good paranormal movie and or documentary? The kind were popular in the 90s. Paranormal. And or document. Yes, that's a big. Not quite. I'm trying to blank. Like the ones that are most popular in the 90s that I'm thinking of offhand aren't my favorite. But I have to stop. I should just keep going. This is going on 4 hours or something. Ridiculous, but well, now's the time to do it. So you may come back to listen to it depending on how much you have to do. Okay. Video about how food affects the mood is shelved or wasn't planned. You said something about it a couple of years ago. I don't understand the question. Sorry. How food affects the mood. Oh yeah, well you're You're not going to be in a good mood if you don't have food. But you lost me on the rest of it. Food's really up there in priorities. Okay, people are telling me to go get a... Yeah, I'm going to go eat. Thanks for showing up. Big videos coming. The rest, you kind of get to decide. So, this place will look different next time. I guess the walls will be probably a mauve color or something. All right. Maybe the air will be better. I'll solve that. Though it's even bad, it's still not as bad as it was. It's related to humidity, I'm sure. Okay. See ya.